There we go. Right, suss that button out as well. Right, so yeah, start the recording button. Yeah, just to let a few people know that's on or that's going to join or is going to listen at a later date of how this has sort of all come about. Why I've sort of opted and offered to do this this sort of informal chat between us. And it was because of post which I put up about the birthday, and it was the post about that I put on. This was the birthday of, just to clarify, on the 20th of October, the date of the birthday of the registration of the on the birth certificate. Later put a post up. Don't forget you have the 280 days. So then, obviously, that sort of sowed a seed, and I think it was like 3 or 4 days after that before I'd started. Had a conversation with Nita, and then obviously it went on from there. Got links and stuff, and I've known Nita for probably 7-8 years, on and off through social media, through what was going on with her situation with the mortgages and stuff. So yeah, I mean, what I'd like to open it with, Kurtis, is obviously I've spoken to you a couple of times, and it's obviously been at the topic of where you're at after sort of 15 years of study and research. What I wanted to sort of have a chat, and which I think would be beneficial, is how did you get into this? What started you on your journey? A bit of background about you, of what sort of led you to where you are now.
Well, let's see. Ultimately, I just never wanted to play. I grew up in a really nice family with a hardworking dad, stay-at-home mom, absolutely perfect. 2 brothers and 3 sisters. There were 6 of us, 3 boys and 3 girls. It was the Brady Bunch, sort of. And I watched my dad work his butt off to keep us comfortable. He was a hardworking engineer, brilliant man, detail-oriented beyond imagination. He was an engineer, so he had to be. But I was comfortable. There was absolutely nothing wrong with my life. But I was watching, I'm very, very aware of my surroundings, and I was watching how things worked. And I didn't believe that as hard as my dad worked, he should be punished. And he shouldn't have his money taken from him and handed out to people that don't work or don't make an effort or have all these kids and don't take care of their own offspring. So I'm looking at this thinking something's wrong with this equation. Hated politics from what I witnessed. I couldn't stand anything to do with politicians or politics because it looked like they were always talking out of one side of their mouth and doing other things contrary to their promises. So never wanted to participate in any of that crap. Well, anyway, jump ahead a few years and many, many jobs because I never bought into working for a lifetime and then celebrating 50 years of hard work with a retirement, at 60 or 70 years old, all broken and battered, and then trying to enjoy life. I thought that didn't make any sense either. So I tried to enjoy my life the whole time, which means I bought into nothing. Somewhere around 2000, I developed a golf product. I loved golf all my life. So I developed this golf product that was pretty interesting. A lot of the golf pros down at the PGA show in 2008, January 2008, really loved what I was doing. My product was considered one of the top 3 new products that year at the PGA show. I thought I was going to be on, we'll call it Easy Street. I thought, Callaway was actually interested in my product at one time through one of their subsidiaries. So I thought I was going to license this product and me and my wife or my girlfriend were going to live happily ever after. After the patent and after the company launched, a few things that the patent attorney said to me back then made me stop and think. Something like, it doesn't sound like I actually own the patent or own my company. For some reason, the way he said something made me really can stop and think that all this hard work to get this product out, it doesn't really seem like I'm the owner. So I started looking into it just a little bit, and something didn't quite click with the name, Kurtis Richard Kallenbach, or something to do with that character. And I realized within that 1 year of the launching of that company, that if I'm not the owner of this thing, why the hell would I even pursue it? And this is where people get a little weird. They go, well, just because, I mean, wouldn't you want all that money anyway, even if what you're saying is true, even if you don't really own the name or you really don't own the company, but you got all this money, wouldn't you still want to take all that money? And I'm thinking, well, if I were a whore, yes, I would take all the money, but that's not me. It's either right or not right. And that's kind of how I lived my life. It's not right to take the money just because. So I basically shelved that company. It was called Squared Away Golf. It still is called Squared Away Golf, and I might go back to it at some point. But I shelved that company. I put it on the shelf. My girlfriend at the time, who's now my wife, didn't really like it, but because I made a lot of promises. The point is that if it's not mine, I don't want it, and if it is mine, I do want it. That's the way I live my life. And if I create something, it's mine. And if I do create it and it's private property, it's untaxable and nobody can mess with me. Well, I back in 2008, 2009, I learned that my own efforts weren't for me. I had to share my efforts with the rest of the world or some communist society that I didn't even know existed. Well, since then, I've learned why everything works the way it does. And I still choose to not participate in I call it the cesspool, the public pool of DNA, all the decedent DNA that's pooled together. I also call it Leviathan because it's basically the lowest common denominator, giving rise to the court of public opinion, which is the dumbest people in the world are now ruling. It doesn't make any sense to me, and I'm not going to participate in it at any level. So I have decided to get the truth out there so people can make qualified decisions. And if the decision is to not play, that's up to them. It's not up to me. But as far as I'm concerned, either something is yours or it is not. You either own it or you do not. I'm not interested in sharing my biology or my DNA with anybody else. It doesn't, a lot of people would say, well, Kurt, that sounds really selfish. Thank you very much for noticing. The word selfish is not bad either. It used to be, actually concerned with self and being responsible for self, but they even turned the word selfish around into something bad. Yeah, I am selfish. I'm more than happy to claim that position, because if I am selfish, then everything I produce, and if I'm taking care of myself, nobody else has to. And if I'm taking care of myself, nobody has to take care of my family. The whole idea is this, and it's come down to this one idea for me, is that if I remove the burden of my life from your shoulders, that's the greatest gift I can give to anyone. Think about that. The greatest gift I can give to anyone in the world is to remove the burden of my existence, my life, from their shoulders. And now they get to go do whatever the hell they want without worrying about me. And that's that's the conclusion I came to. Again, the greatest gift I can give to you, Toby, is to remove the burden of my life from your shoulders. That's the conclusion. And if somebody wants to argue with me about that conclusion, let's go. Let's go. That's in a nutshell.
Right, listen. I've got you got Jealous has come in, so it got unmuted on Jealous, and we've got Lucas has put his hand up, wants to ask a question. But first of all, I think we just welcome Jelly into the chat. How you doing, Jel?
Yeah, hi everyone. Yeah, fine. Well, Gelly, or just call me John. I don't mind which.
Hi, John. After all these years, man.
It's great to be on this call with you, man. After all this time.
Holy cow!
For real.
One of the smartest men I know. You have to be one of the smartest men I know.
Oh, come on, man. I'll be honest with you. I feel like I'm riding the shoulders of giants.
We all are.
That's how it feels. But I've been following your material for a long time, Kurt. I mean, I'm talking back in the days when you used to rock a baker's cap back to front. You remember that?
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yeah,
Don't remind
the
me.
season of
Don't
treason.
don't
Yeah,
remind me, man.
I know you kind of look back at that and think, oh, God, where was I? What was I thinking? But I actually have quite fond memories of those kind of formative times, if you will. And the XYZ. I mean, I love that stuff, man. I still do. It's with the music at the beginning, and the theme of the call, a bit like tonight, I suppose.
It's been a hell of a ride, and believe me, I was driving down the road the other day, and I was thinking, if somebody asked me, would you change anything? No, I wouldn't be right here right now if
Absolutely.
anything went any different.
Yeah, quite. And I feel the same way. It's that necessary path of evolution that one has to follow,
Oh yeah.
whether it's tough or whether it's easy.
So Toby, real quick, John and Nita, I've watched them, come along with this idea. They're like one of the few people that have hung in there this whole time, or for a very long time. Most people want to bail out because they want something else and they want it faster. But I'm telling you right now, I just started reading Right of Way. I know that I'm the one that spoke Right of Way into existence, but I just started reading it the other day to see how the words lay out. And I'm telling you right now, even I'm looking at that from a simpleton position, thinking anybody, once they get past some of the early start of the words, the start of the words in the book, and they start to read that conversation between Linda and I, it's pretty mind blowing. The information in that simple book. So I I I'm always shaking about this information because I take it for granted after all these years. I know a lot of people are new to it, but as Nita and John can attest, it's been a long journey to get to the simplest idea, from fertilization to last breath. That all of those years are condensed into all present and accounted for, from fertilization to last breath.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. I've seen that. I've seen the way that's unfold and kind of play out, and it's kind of I can't really pinpoint exactly when it was, because it's been a few years now since we've been on this page, from fertilization till last breath. It's probably been, I don't know, for me, obviously for you it's a lot longer, but for me, I kind of feel that it's been about nearly 5 years now, probably 4
Right,
years.
but you know what? But John, here's what's interesting: is when I was having these conversations with Bill,
Oh, they're amazing.
and I was talking about implantation and everything, and he used the one word that I mean, I used avulsion, and I was speaking about this idea of land being deposited or separated by water, the action of water,
Yeah,
and Bill used one word, and he said accretion to me one day.
yeah,
And as soon as he said accretion, I went, "Oh my God!" And then I realized that the Mary aspect of Jesus and Mary, or that placental material, that accretion is actually what the Roman Catholic Church is fighting for, Mary.
yep,
And that's why we find ourselves in a courtroom, because the birth certificate is not for the baby. The birth certificate is for the placenta, and the placenta is part my biology and part of that uterine wall, which is the accretion that was generated or created specifically for me to land in the wall of the uterus. And then, of course, she kept building around it, that biology that was built around me after implantation. But that accretion, that uterine wall biology that mom made specifically for my first impression or my landing, that is Mary in their world, and Mary is the church. It's the mother church. So they're fighting to maintain their ownership over something that doesn't belong to them anyway. My mom's biology doesn't belong to Rome, and it doesn't belong to the Roman Catholic Church, regardless or in spite of unum sanctum. You know what I mean? The human creature and all
exactly.
that
And
nonsense.
that's been something I've been grappling with recently, actually. And I think you had this conversation with Vil on, I think it was episode 51, where the whole discussion about the regency and the the definition of crown being the repository, etc. And Vil was mentioning the fact that it's the generative power of the seed, i.e., the generative power of Adam, that is ultimately the cause of the accretion. If you look at the accretion being the event and the act of the fact of fertilization,
Yeah, the deposition, the actual deposition.
the deposition, then the Roman Catholic Church don't have a leg to excuse me just 1 minute. I've got a 4-year-old son that's playing up a little bit. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to jump off and I'm going to come back on.
No worries. I've just had to chuck that. I've just sussed out. There's some geezer called Lucas who had his hand up, was writing loads of stuff in the chat, and there's another geezer called James or saying he's writing stupid ass bits. Die loser, damn idiot loser. I don't know who he is. So I'm just sussing out how to remove and block these. See you later.
All right, I'll be back on in a bit. Cheers.
Yeah, nice. Yeah, so we was because obviously Nita and John have been following me for like 10 years, and I'm a proper newbie to this. But I think the advantage of what I've got coming into this with this, it's almost like unlearning again, and it's like newfound information, which every day is a school day. For me, I've been in and out the system, fighting the system, using the system for 10 years plus directly. And I've looked at all sorts of stuff to do with trusts, the correct parsay, syntax, grammar, the birth certificate, handing that to the Crown Court judge and saying that's the defendant. I've done all manners of stuff, all manners of study, and using the law, the civil procedure rules, criminal procedure rules, all of the game, the rules for their game, which they don't follow themselves. So for me, when I got past the podcasts and was listening, it sort of resonated straight away with me. I could see it makes perfect logical sense of what you've accomplished, what you've unpicked, what you've uncovered, what you've established. Which is it's so simple. And I remember in sales, it was KISS, keep it simple, stupid. And I've always known, always felt that I'm overcomplicating a simple. So there's a simple solution, but I'm overcomplicating it. There's got to be an easier way because it shouldn't be difficult. And from what I've learned in the very short period of time I've been listening to your chats is exactly that. It's I believe it's the only way to not to challenge but to assert your position. And I think that's probably going to be a good time for for you to explain, Kurt, exactly from in layman's. So bearing in mind, a lot of people are going to be listening to this are a lot of people in England that have been led by. There's a lot of snake oil salesmen that earn and take an awful lot of money off of a lot of vulnerable people that are being subjected to the system, which to me makes you no better than the government agencies that we're trying to oppose or objecting to, the oppression and the slavery. I admit that if you're helping someone in court and you've got to drive 200 miles, you've had a cost implication to it, then a goodwill gesture to cover your fuel or stuff like that is one thing. But there's a lot of people charging £5,000 and £10,000 to draft up a trust document and stuff, which has been I've witnessed it in Crown Court. There was a family that paid this individual £10,000 each for their trust documents to go and use and take into court, and it was just laughed out of court because it had no bearing on the case. It had no substance, whether it was just the way it was constructed or whether it was just the criminality of the courts that was ignoring it. So I think it would be a good idea if in as simple, like layman's terms as possible, is to perhaps talk people through the of the process of what is actually really going on and what really happened.
Okay. And I'll try to keep my blood pressure down. Look at how easy this is. In fact, I had my 31-year-old son sat on the couch across from me this morning for the first time in a long time. And he listened to my explanation of what his dad does, because it doesn't make any sense to anybody else. First of all, I got to get this out before I forget it, because like some people, I have severe attention deficit. So when an idea comes into my head, I have to hurry and get it out. I want to talk about the word crown, CROWN, real quick. When you speak of the crown as if it's something outside of yourself, you have already admitted that it is outside of yourself. Your crown is your head, and your government is within your crown. So the crown, when people talk about the crown, they are speaking about something not themselves. My crown is on my head. My crown is my ability to self-govern. So I don't defer and I don't let go of my crown. Again, this is almost too easy. You guys over on the other side of the pond, you've actually been subjected to the crown forever. But the reality is each and every one of us, from the moment of creation, which is fertilization for each of us, from that moment to this moment, we have our own crown. We don't need to identify with some collective crown or some lineage of some other family. That's not my crown. And it's not yours either. So I had to hurry and get that out before I forgot. Let me go back to this thing that I did with my son this morning. So he's sitting he's sitting on a couch 15 feet from me. And I was trying to explain to him a little bit about what it is, why this is so difficult for me. When I invented squared away golf, or the concept of squared away golf, I didn't invent anything. I discovered something, a relationship between my body and the target, the golf flag itself. And I had to relate to that target line in physics. My body, my biology had to relate to the target in a way that my swing would by default swing down the target line towards the target. That's the whole idea for squared away golf, is to be related physically to the target line, so that when my club head came through, it would send the ball down that target line automatically. And that's kind of what that whole squared away golf company was about, was getting people to learn how all of us relate to the target line differently. And yet the one idea applies to all of us. Well, my best friend back then, and I'm going to call him Jeff because that's his name. Well, Jeff actually said to me, and he may not remember this if he ever hears this call, but he may not remember, but he said, well, Kurt, somebody else had to think of this. And I got to tell you, I took offense to that, because what Jeff was actually saying is, Kurt, it can't be you. I've been with you most of your life, and there ain't no way you came up with this. Somebody else had to think of it before you. And I was kind of, and so I got offended, because here's my best friend who doesn't think I have it in me to come up with this amazing idea. Now, every pro on at the PGA show that year in 2008, every pro that hit a ball using my product is looking at me like, how the hell did you figure this out? But my best friend is looking at me like, there ain't no way you figured this out. And so what I was trying to get across to my son is that when you're really close to somebody, sometimes it's hard to see that they have something in them that's different, that you can't see yet. And they might have an ability that you can't even imagine they have, because you know them as dad, or you know them as your best friend. You can't recognize this. Well, what's funny is the same thing is happening with this material. Fertilization is the beginning of life for every one of us. How come nobody else ever said anything? How come nobody else ever said, wait a minute here, that birthday's 280 days after creation. Why am I claiming the character born, B-O-R-N-E, to that day rather than going all the way back to the beginning of life? Who says I have to claim this birth certificated character born to the Gregorian calendar created by Pope Gregory in 1582? Why would I have to subject myself to that artificial realm, that timeline that doesn't belong in nature? Well, Kurt, there ain't no way you thought of this. And that's how it feels every time I talk about this. I mean, people can't. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, mate. I was just going to say, do you want to expand on that point about the Gregorian calendar? Because some people,
Yeah,
a lot of people are not won't be up to speed with.
Well, I mean, it's as simple as the fact that every birth certificate, and a lot of people will argue, well, it's the name, it's the legal name. No, it's not. It's the fact that it's a character in somebody else's story. And that story begins with a timeline, an artificial timeline that nature doesn't require. That timeline is the Gregorian calendar created by Pope Gregory in 1582. It was an arbitrary idea. He just said, I'm going to change the way we look at things. And every character born to that timeline, happy birthday. Every character that claims to be born to that timeline is going to be subjected to Rome. In fact, what's really funny is every character born to the Gregorian calendar is Christian. The Gregorian calendar, the Anno Domini calendar, is the civil calendar, but it's the Christian calendar. So if you're claiming a birthday, you're already claiming Christianity. And what most people don't understand is that Christianity is the official religion of Rome. So just claiming a birthday is claiming to be Christian and claiming to be subjecting yourself to the Roman emperor or the Pope, who are typically one and the same. So when you really start thinking clearly about reality versus what you believe, these are the facts. When mom and dad lay together and dad drops off some building materials at a job site, those building materials are sperm, 23 chromosomes. And in my case, he was with my mom, and my mom already offered some building materials called ovum, 23 chromosomes. So between the sperm, my dad's property, and the ovum, my mom's property, when those two biological building products got together through the act of fertilization, they produced a 46 chromosome entity called zygote. Now, all this happened 280 days before a birthday. 280 days before a birthday.
Yeah.
So when did I begin? When did my biology, when did my godly estate begin? At fertilization. So what the hell is a birthday? Here's the easiest way to explain the birthday for most people. Imagine getting up in the morning and putting on some clothes. And those clothes are the clothing of Harry Potter. The exact same clothes Harry Potter wears. And you like the way you look in them enough to wear them every single day you go out of the house. And you show up at work wearing Harry Potter's clothes. And you earn all your money and you buy your houses and cars and you go to the pub as Harry Potter every day of your life. Understand one thing. J.K. Rowling, the supposed creator of the Harry Potter world, has a legitimate claim to everything you ever do while wearing Harry Potter's clothes because she's the creator of Harry Potter. So if you choose to wear Harry Potter's clothes to do everything, including buy houses, buy cars, and everything else, then all of that property that you earn while wearing that character belongs to the owner of that character. Well, guess what? The same thing occurs when you put on the birth certificated character. If I put on Kurtis Richard Kallenbach every morning and go out the door and earn all my money and earn my house and my car and everything else, everything I do in my life through that birth certificated character, Rome has a claim upon everything. I own nothing. So as long as people want to choose to believe in the nonsensical, fictitious realm that has nothing to do with their biological origin, there's nothing anybody can do for them. That's mental illness, by the way. By all definitions, to believe that superstitious nonsense called birthday and to follow all of those lemmings off that cliff or over that edge because they believe it too, that's all mental illness. And that's what these guys that are dealing with this, the bar associations and everything around the world, the pastors and priests and everybody that are dealing with these birth certificated children, they're making all their money based upon an illusion or mental illness. And yet we can't see it that way because my dad had a birthday and my wife had a birthday or is having a birthday tomorrow. Well, that's not true. The birthday, the Gregorian calendar is not for the baby. The Gregorian calendar character is not for the baby. Now, here's where I'm going to get a little bit detailed, so I'm going to slow way down. I was talking about when mom and dad lay together and drop off building materials at a job site. That job site is my mom's womb.
Yeah.
And the moment that their building materials became one called zygote, 46 chromosome singularity called zygote. That moment was the beginning of life for me. And I'm going to say we're going to call that moment fertilization. Now, here's the beauty of this whole simple idea is that from that moment to this moment is all one life. All one life, unbroken, no fault, single timeline, one life. And I'm still here. Here's what's really difficult for people is that, and I love this part, by the way, and I can thank Vil for part of this too. He's in the Netherlands or somewhere else right now. But here's the deal. The moment of fertilization. In fact, I had this conversation with my son earlier today. When I looked at him, he thought I was nuts, just so you guys know. He did think I was nuts. But I asked him, I said, so what moment? By the way, I actually laid with his mom. Not to be gross, I'm just trying to be clear here. Well, I said, what moment was that? What day was it when I laid with your mom? And he's 31 trying to calculate all this time. And I said, it's simpler than that, Alex. What moment was it? What day was it for me and your mom? And he's trying to calculate 31 years plus the 9 months and all that stuff. And I said, it was today. When we were together, it was today. We weren't together 31 years ago. We were together today. That's reality. Life exists in the present moment only. So when he finally started to understand that the living being is only living in the present moment. And I said, the present and the past are mutually exclusive. You can't mix the two. In fact, since I've been present since fertilization, I've never participated in the past. I've never participated in his history. And this is all going to come together in a second. So if it was today when you were created, Alex, what day was it when you and your fellow classmates sat down in 5th grade for their class picture? And he still had this question mark above his head. And I said, what day was it? And he's looking at me, and I swear he was still trying to calculate. And I said, it was today. When you had your 5th grade class picture, it was today. And it finally started to sink in. I said, the living man exists only in the present, always. So some historical record or record, the record of a man at any point is not the record of a man. It's something else. It's somebody else's story, not yours, because you're always only present. And it started to sink in. And that's what we need to do, is we need to let go of the ideas or things that we think we know, because we're so far off. Here, I'm going to go back to the biology again. This is amazing. So fertilization event occurs. That's day one. It's called the zygote. Now, biologically, the zygote only exists for 1 day. 1 day. Because after 1 day, at about day 2, inside that cellular mass, that singularity, cellular subdivision starts to happen. It's the cells are subdividing inside of that one cell. So the one cell, once subdivision begins, is called a conceptus. It changes a name. It changes to conceptus. So you got this one cell called zygote, and then you have this the same zygote when it starts to subdivide within itself. It's called conceptus. I always call it the zygote because people get confused. They start hearing the word conceptus, and then they think of conception, and then they get all screwed up. It's just one thing. I mean, it's one cell, and of course, if everything's happening inside the cell, it's still only one thing. There's one cell subdividing within itself. One thing. Doesn't matter how many times it subdivides. If there's 1 trillion cells inside this thing, it's still one thing, one estate. So we got to never lose track of the fact that it's just one estate, one thing only. But here's the thing. So day 1 is zygote. Let's say day 2 begins this conceptus. The subdivision goes on forever. I'm still subdividing now. I'm still losing skin cells, and all kinds of cells are dying and being replaced, even to this day, 63 plus years later. It's still happening, but it's still only one body, one estate. So day 1, creation. Here's the thing that people don't get yet, and I thank Bill for this. Day 1, day 2, day 3, day 4, day 5, and day 6, I'm floating in space. What does that mean, Kurt? It means that I'm not attached to anything. I'm in the waters of Mother, and I'm just floating in the water, unattached to anything. And of course, if you understand the term space, space doesn't mean up above the earth. Space means located somewhere.
Right.
Somewhere. That's all you have to do is know some coordinates. It doesn't matter if I'm in my front yard, I'm in space. If I'm underground, if I'm in the basement, I'm in space because I occupy space somewhere. So when you understand that I'm floating through space in the waters of Mother in the womb, and I'm floating through a tube, I'm tubing, but I'm inside. I'm all one, and I'm floating for the first 6 days. Now, here's what's interesting. Even the Bible, King James Version, at Genesis 2:2, talks about, and then God rested on the 7th day. What? God rested on the 7th day? Well, wait a minute here. Implantation into the uterine wall happens right about that time. So I'm floating in space, and then mom prepares the uterine wall, the ground, the landing space for me, the landing area for me in her uterine wall. I'm floating in space, and then I land. I land into the uterine wall. It's my first impression. I'm actually impressed. It's my first impression. It's a face plant, by the way. We'll get into that later. But the idea is that when I land into the uterine wall, I'm no longer floating in space. That landing is where Genesis 2:2 is saying, on the 7th day, God rested. So I come to rest in the uterine wall on the 7th day, thereabouts. But the Bible does say God's doing all his thing, and then he rests on the 7th day. Well, the 7th day is implantation. What's really strange about from that point forward, so between creation, fertilization, and implantation. I have to go downstairs for a second for this because I need to read this. I want to be very clear. I never say anything that I haven't actually seen with my own eyes. I won't just make shit up like most people that I know. There's that old saying that if wishes were horses, beggars would ride. Well, believe me, most people are beggars and they're just making shit up as they go. But let me read something from Wikipedia real quick. I know, Kurt, Wikipedia is full of shit too. Nah, you know what? Not if you're discerning. You can actually find all the facts everywhere. You don't have to pretend that every place you look is tainted. I'm going to zygote. I think zygote at Wikipedia right now. Just I gotta read this. Zygote Wikipedia. And I'm going to go down to where it says, all right, where it says humans, paragraph 2. It says between the stages of fertilization and implantation, the developing embryo is sometimes termed as a pre-implantation conceptus. This stage has also been referred to as a pre-embryo in legal discourses, including relevance to the use of embryonic stem cells. Here it is. Here's what I wanted to get to right here. It says, in the US, the National Institutes of Health has determined that the traditional classification of pre-implantation embryo is still correct. Look at that. In the United States, the National Institutes of Health. Now, by the way, the definition of health, if you go to Webster's or something online, it'll say W-H-O-L-E, whole. So to be whole is to be healthy. And in the US, the National Institutes of Health says that they've determined, this is a determination. It's already resolved. The answer's already been made. Traditional classification of pre-implantation embryo is correct. Pre-implant. So your whole godly estate, 46 chromosomes, untainted, unsoiled, not even soiled by mom's uterine wall yet, is correct. And if it's correct, you don't need correction. You don't need to be corrected by the Department of Corrections. When you understand that the first 6 days identifies your godly estate and you and God together. But the moment implantation comes in, that's called conception. They redefined the word implantation or conception to mean implant. So now conception is no longer creation and you and God. It's you in the wall of the uterus, you and mom's biology tied together. That's Jesus and Mary. And that's their story, his story, not yours. So now the Roman Catholic Church, through unum sanctum and the idea of the human creature, it's the last line of unum sanctum, they're talking about that human creature is subject to the Roman pontiff. And that's the afterbirth, that's the placenta, the feto-maternal placenta. Now, this is why it's important. What about the first 6 days? Did you have any of mom's biology attached to you for the first 6 days? No, you were clean. You had clean hands. You were unsoiled. You weren't dirty. You were pure, unadulterated. And that's why at Wikipedia, at Zygote, it says the U.S. National Institutes of Health has determined the traditional classification of pre-implantation embryos correct. They're telling you right there in that line that before you got mucked up, before you went into the swampland of mother's uterine wall, you identified directly with God in creation. But the evidence of it is gone, because once you implant into the wall of the uterus, what happens is when the placenta comes out, it evidences that conception, the implantation. It doesn't evidence anything else. It only evidences the conception, because the conception is implantation, and implantation is your biology implanted into mom's biology. So the birth certificate is not for the baby, it's for the conception, and the conception is the placenta, and the placenta only evidences implantation. So that's why when you claim a birthday, you're not claiming your biology, you're actually claiming to be mixed with mom. And mom's biology is also known as the matrix. So when you're claiming a birthday, you're still attached to mom, you're attached to the matrix. And even in the Bible, it says to come out of her. Otherwise, you're going to be subjected to all kinds of plagues and things. Well, guess what? The birth certificated character never comes out of mom. Why do you think we're punished on forever? The birth certificated person is original sin. And you're going to be, it's pre-crime. everything you do is criminal from the moment you accept the birthday to the end of your life, until you wake up and go, wait a minute here. I was created at fertilization, so I'm directly linked to God. I'm never going to claim that sullied, soiled, placental character, that birth certificated character, because that's original sin. And that's what they got us believing. And by the way, one last thing before I take a break here for a second, is I learned this. I already knew most of it, but I spent a little bit of time with one of my mentors, I'll call him, and that was Jordan Maxwell. And he handed me a book, and he says, you need to read this. And it was called Fire in the Minds of Men. And it is extremely intellectual, but it was written by the librarian of the Library of Congress. Now, what's interesting about the Library of Congress is the Library of Congress is known as the Library of Last Resort. What does that mean? The Library of Last Resort? Yes, because what they do with the birth certificate is they basically put it up on a shelf. I call it the Continental Shelf, but they put it on a shelf in the Library of Congress, and that's the last known place of your existence. And of course, last could mean the form of a shoe. A shoemaker uses a last to create a shoe. It could also mean the last name of your father. And by the way, here they always talk about the founding fathers. And of course, the name Kallenbach evidences my biological father and his biology. So again, if they place my dad's biology or my father's biology on deposit or on a shelf, that becomes a foundational or founding father to this country, also known as a surety. So again, when you start to understand biology and you realize that their story is built upon the truth of biology that we are guilty of letting go of. This is all our fault, by the way. By claiming a birthday, it's all our fault. And Fire in the Minds of Men actually showed me where that birth day came from. And they devised this stuff in the 1700s to capture the secular world. You know, the Christians were already captured, but they needed to find a way to capture the non-believers. So they devised an idea, a system to where they could capture all of those minds, those crowns as well. And they did it through a birthday. So if you believe in Jesus, you're already captured. But how do we get the rest of these people? Let's just create a birth certificate, a birthday character that they don't even know isn't them. The birthday character is going to be Jesus and Mary, but they're going to think it's their birth, their situation. And so everybody's going to believe in this birth certificated character, and then we're going to own all of their property too.
Yeah.
So the birth certificate is not the problem. It's our belief in that birthday, which separates us by at least 280 days from creation. And now we need somebody's help to get back to creation or back to God. And that's the middleman. That's the Bar Association.
Yeah, which is this is why and it was something that you said to me on the phone, which I mentioned. There was I think it's back in 2014 when I was in the Crown Court, and I was in there for 2 years, and I was representing myself, and I was coming at them for loads of different angles with a birth certificate and stuff. And there was one time that they sent the order out for me to attend court, and in the top of it, it had my date of birth as the 7th of October 1975. But on the birth certificate is 9th of October 1975. Now, I thought that because they had me in there on the 7th of October, and I thought it was that they were just trying to stitch me up, thinking, oh, I'm going to be behaving a little bit differently going in there on my birthday. In fact, the cases like contempt of court, getting remanded or whatever. But then after what you said, no, they don't. Everything they do is on purpose. They don't make any mistakes. Now that was a classic way of getting joinder, because I was challenging all these different aspects.
Wait. Let me jump in real quick. You said the word joinder. Now I want you to understand where that comes from. When you claim a birth certificated fetal maternal character, there is already evidence biologically of you being joined to mom.
Right. With
You
the
see what I mean? By you claiming the birthday, you are still joined to mom. And that's that way, that material, the birth certificated fetal maternal placenta, still evidences joined to mom.
so 92 chromosomes.
So you're 46 and mom's 46, there's joinder. The placenta evidences a joining of those two positions.
Which is what they've used, which is what the registration for that all caps birth certificated character, which is why when I've gone into court, when I've gone in there and said, you got my date of birth wrong, it's not the 7th of October, it's the 9th of October, bang, there you go.
It doesn't matter which one you claim because you don't have a birth.
Yeah.
You don't have a birth. So that's a difficult thing for us to get over is to say the government, my birthday, all of these things that are in our normal everyday vernacular, they're all wrong. I mean, when somebody says the government, I said, that might be yours, but it's not mine. My government is upon my own shoulders. So you don't speak for me. So there is no the government when you're talking to me. There's my government and your government. And if you've already abandoned your government and you've gone to some other government, be it a political government or a church government, that's fine with me. I can live with that. But nobody speaks for me and I am self-governing. So we don't have the same government ever. We never have the same government ever.
Because this is where can you obviously explain to obviously once the how they capture for the salvage, the wreckage, once you leave the womb, after we've done obviously the 7 days and you've done the 9 months and now you come out, the war they've committed on us.
Well, one definition of war is competition over a particular end. So the war begins the moment they clamp and cut the umbilical cord, because now let's step back for a second. I told you that the single cell zygote keeps subdividing within itself. So you got to think of it as a ball or a sphere, that inside the ball is a baby and an umbilical cord, all one thing. Remember, the baby and the umbilical and that ball are all one biology. It doesn't matter what's going on inside the ball, it's still always only one biology. So now think about when that ball with the baby and the umbilical cord attached to the inside of the ball, when that ball implants into the wall of the uterus, everything is still intact. The baby, the umbilical, and that the residue and remainder of your biology, it's still all one biology. But now it's adjacent to mom's biology, or it's implanted into mom's biology. Now jump ahead 9 months, and all of a sudden a membrane breaks, which is your membrane as well, by the way, the amnion that is holding all of your water, not your mom's, your water. Everything inside that material is you and yours. So when that water breaks, when that amnion membrane breaks, and of course it's still probably surrounded by some of mom's, but when it breaks open and baby falls off the wall, kind of like Humpty Dumpty. So baby is now still attached to the wall by umbilical cord, but baby is now not inside or on the wall. He's off the wall. And then by extension of the umbilical cord, baby is now coming out of the birth canal and then comes out of mom eventually. Now I want you to really, really think about what I'm saying. Is baby still whole? Yes. Baby, umbilical, and extra embryonic material are all one estate. But now look how weird this is. Baby's outside the womb. The umbilical cord is straddling the world of the born and the unborn, because there's a lot of baby. All that extra embryonic material is still unborn. So you have baby outside the womb, born. You have the umbilical cord straddling both worlds of the born and the unborn. And then you have the fetal material that's left behind, still attached to the wall of the uterus, typically unborn. So baby is both baby and fetal material at the same moment in time, because until the fetal material crosses the into the world of the born, it's considered fetal. This is important stuff, because even baby, before he came out of mom, is known as fetus. Once fetus comes out of mom, it's called baby. So legal terms are changing just because they want definitions to distinguish between baby and baby's biology, which is the left behind biology is called fetal tissue. If it's all delivered as one, it's all baby. It's all baby estate. But if they clamp and cut the cord, now they have baby, they have born baby and unborn fetal material. And of course, when they clamp and cut, it's called an abortion. So now they have aborted fetal tissue and a living baby. So believe it or not, your biology has both a living baby, an indigenous person on the land, and aborted fetal tissue that was cut off of you, removed. And it's the aborted fetal tissue that gives rise to the birth certificate. So think about that. When you're claiming a birthday, you're claiming the aborted fetal tissue position, which is the decedent estate. How do you expect them to respond if they're waiting for you, the sovereign, to tell them what to do, and then you turn around and claim a birthday or a birth certificate? You're done. You're now allowing that decedent aborted fetal tissue to come into existence. That's the born alive position. So you're out of your own voice, out of your own conviction. By the way, the word conviction is nothing more than a strong belief. And of course, everybody listening has a strong belief in their birthday. I know this. Most people will never give it up. That's how strong the belief is. But understand this, by claiming that birthday, you're claiming to be aborted fetal tissue. Yeah, I know, it is funny. And it's funny to them too.
Yeah.
Because they're going, with this aborted fetal tissue, we're able to basically raid a trust account that was established for the decedent estate. Well, what happens when you're whole from fertilization to this moment? Is there a decedent estate that they can raid?
You can't kind of.
No, it's an either or proposition. Either there is one or there isn't one. By the way, my whole thing was to remove the motive to act upon me. If I can remove the motive to act against me or upon me, they'll never bother me again. If there's no money in it, if there's no pot of gold that they can get to, would they ever stop me in the street?
Yeah, would
the cops ever stop me? Would they ever do anything to me if there's no money in it?
Yeah,
No.
that's
there it is.
I
removed the motive by taking away the trust account that only exists for the aborted fetal tissue. I'm going to be really clear on this. There is no trust account for the living being from fertilization to this moment. There's no need for one. Trust accounts are not for living people. They're for missing people or dead people. They are not for living people. So when people start talking to me about establishing trust accounts, I run from them because they don't have enough information to tell the truth. They're still lying by omission. They're all liars because they're omitting the beginning of their life. And they want to play in a game. And I don't want to play in the game at all. It's either all true or not true at all. I'm not interested in playing in the game. I'm not interested in tapping into some trust account and pretending that I'm getting some house for free or some car for free. Again, I'm not interested in that crock of shit, because that's what it is. It's a crock of shit. Truth and nature are one and the same thing. So I'm going to side with nature. I'm going to stick with nature. And one last thing I'll say about the game itself. Toby, if you came over to my house, if you stopped in, and me and my wife and two other friends were sitting at the table playing Monopoly, playing the game of Monopoly, and you grabbed a beer out of the refrigerator and you came and stood behind me, do the rules of the game apply to you?
If I'm not playing.
You're not playing. So the rules, you don't have to go directly to jail. It's not about not passing go and collecting 200. None of the rules of the game apply to you if you're not in a game. By the way, what's really strange is the four of us sitting there playing the game. Even we directly are not subjected to the rules, but the character that we placed on the board is subjected to the rules. So when I do something, or when that character lands on a space or draws a card or does something, the character goes to jail. I don't. That's representation. So again, in the game, we don't realize that even while we're playing the game, if you know how to play, which most of us are not taught how to play, the representative and the principal are two separate positions. And if you know how to play, you're never subjected to any of the nonsense. What I'm getting at is I prefer not to play at all because the game is rigged against me and I don't want what isn't mine. We're going right back to squared away golf. I never wanted anything that I didn't create or earn myself. I don't want anything from any of you guys. I don't want any of your hard-earned pay. I don't want any of, even when I retire, but remember, nature, there is no retirement in nature. Even if I could collect Social Security, I won't, because that's not mine. That's me waiting for my son to go to work and have money taken or stolen from his paycheck to pay for me not going to work. My son doesn't owe anybody a retirement, and that includes me. And this is the sick, grotesque situation that we find ourselves in, is that everybody that's collecting these checks don't understand that just because they bought into the system and they believe the bullshit that they were sold, why should anybody else be punished? I don't want anything to do with any of that. And that means I don't get to collect any of the money that they stole from me. But the beauty is, and this is right out of your Sedeke Vayak 1666, when a man proves life, he's revested with this title, and all of the monies that have been withheld, have to come back to him with interest. So all of the monies, realistically, I'm not expecting this, I'm just saying it, that reality is, because you've been missing presumed dead all these years because you've been using a birth certificated character, the moment you prove life, the fiduciaries of that game are supposed to give you back what is actually yours. Well, if it happens, it happens. If it doesn't, it's because they never intended to give it back to you anyway. They never intended anybody to wake up. I'll be honest with you. They never intended anybody to go and to understand that creation occurs, 280 days or whatever, 266 days before the birth certificated character was created. They never expected anybody to figure that crap out. But anyway.
Well, the other thing is what you were saying about the obviously the taxes, especially over here, like the councils, their pension pots and stuff. That's where all of everyone's money's going. That's going up and up, and all they're doing is lining their own pockets. So that's 100%. The one thing I couldn't get my head around a few years back was life insurance. So how can you get life insurance for a fucking all caps decedent estate? It makes no sense.
Right, but if you go and again, I keep going down as far as I can to where it doesn't go anymore. Nobody understands that insurance does not exist in nature. Acts of God are uninsurable, and fertilization is an act of God. So the product of fertilization, the man, is uninsurable because it's an act of God. Man's a product of an act of God called fertilization. So if insurance is in play, you're talking fiction.
Yeah.
There's no insurance in nature. There are no guarantees in nature. So when the man is in play, when the man actually exists, all of the fictional jurisdictions disappear. So you have to make a choice. Are you going to subject yourself to any fictitious jurisdiction? And I mean any. If you subject yourself to one, you subject yourself to all. Or are you going to side with nature from fertilization to last breath and remove yourself from the threat of the fictional realm? And one or the other. It's not both, or anywhere in between. There's no gray area.
Yeah, it's having getting a clean break, isn't it? Away from all of the all the driving license, passport, all of your mortgage, everything that's all in the all caps name that's not the living man.
It's not even the all caps name. Let's fix that too. There are two certificates that I have in my possession. One is for Kurtis Richard Kallenbach, upper and lowercase, and that's an abstract live birth record. And the other one that was created a few years later is the all caps Kurtis Richard Kallenbach. That's the birth certificate. Neither are me, and neither is mine, because Kurtis Richard Kallenbach doesn't exist. That's not even a name. It's not even a name. What you got is you got the fictional industrial property called Kallenbach, the trade name. And then you have Kurtis over here. And then you have Richard, which is a baptismal name or baptismal character. Now think about this. You got Kurtis, Richard, and Kallenbach all as one unit. If one's a fiction and one's a living man, how do you can't blend the living and the dead. That's one foot in the grave. It doesn't make any sense. You can't be both living and dead. Kurtis and Kallenbach can never be attached. It doesn't make any sense. So Kurtis Richard Kallenbach is no different. It's just a different version of nonsense. So the live birth record, oh, that's for the living man. No, it's not. It's for the afterbirth. It was born alive. It eventually dies, giving rise to a headstone, all caps. So again, the live birth record is still for the afterbirth. And then when that material dies, it gives rise to a capstone or a all caps representation. Neither are true. So a lot of people think it's the all caps. It's not. The live birth record's just as nefarious. It's just as stupid to claim. It's not you either.
This was evidenced in that post you put up the other day of the newborn delivery. When you posted that up, it's blatant. It's there right in front of you. It's like birth date, time, 2333, all the threes, and then it goes on to say the placenta delivery date and time, 2337.
Different time and space. It's different time and space, isn't it?
Yeah. Yep.
And so it's not even in the same time or space of you. You realize there's you over here and you over there? Do you realize this? How can you be in two places at once?
Yeah, that's the blatant separation, isn't it? For them.
Now wait a minute. I know what you're looking at right now. I'm sitting up in my dining room drinking coffee. I know what you're looking at a document right now, aren't you? That
newborn delivery document, yeah.
Okay, go to the upper right hand side, and there's three people that worked on that delivery.
Yeah.
An RN. Name the three people that worked on it.
Yeah, there's a delivery nurse, second delivery RN, nursery RN, second nursery RN, obstetrician, second delivery.
The MD. So the MD then. So there are three people there listed, right?
Yeah, second delivery MD, midwife, resident.
But hang on a second. Then the next row or column over are the different roles that each of them played.
That's it.
Now, if you look at all the roles that the doctor, the MD, played, go down second from the bottom or third from the bottom. What does it say?
Backup provider for child.
Backup provider for child. What the hell is that? Then what you do is you start looking into the history of the medical society and what child are they talking about? They're not talking about the baby. So they're the backup provider for the afterbirth. They're the physician that offers that can make you whole. So it's the medical industry that is holding on to a piece of you that in the court system, when they bring the birth certificated evidence and you walk in with your physical body in the present moment, what you're doing by showing up in their courtroom is you're making their case. You're actually perfecting their claim. And you get to act as the surety. You get to pay the bill. So what I'm getting at is that the medical industry has a piece of you. And they're making a fortune. Why do you think these guys get paid so much? But by the way, they only get paid through insurance, don't they?
Well, what, the doctors?
Yes, but think about this. I said that the living man is uninsurable. Acts of God are not insurable. So they got a piece of you giving rise to a fictitious person that is insurable.
Yeah.
So when you go into the hospital, you're not going into the hospital. What they're doing is they're getting you to claim to be the fictional character that is insurable because the man's not insurable.
Yeah, and I exhibited this. It was Mr. Justice Man in the Chancery, the Rolls Building in London, the Royal Courts of Justice, and there was an application I was putting in to put a stay on possession, a stay on enforcement. And one of the questions, when I put the case, it was ex parte, so it was only me and him in there. And he said, Toby, he said, if you do me a favour, he said, I'll do you a favour. I said, yep, Marna, what's that? He said, if you go downstairs and pay the fee, he said, I'll draft up the order for you. And I said to look to him, I said, I preempted this, so I filled out the EX160, which is a fee remission form over here in the UK, where you're exempt, so you don't have to pay the court fees. But in the application, you have to put all your details and your national insurance number. So I said to him, I said, yeah, I'll go downstairs. I've got the X50 160 filled out. He said, just before I go, can you explain to me, why is it that I have to put my national insurance number on this fee remission form? Is that because you're accessing the birth bond annuity account for payment? And he looked at me across the courtroom with a big smile on his face, across the top of his glasses, and he said, Toby, how the courts get paid their money is between the courts. And I just looked at him and said, yeah, no problem. That's all I needed to know. Because it is, that's your national insurance number, which is...
No, it's a national insurance number. It's not yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, and what I'm getting at is the character that paid that bill. I mean, just because you knew all this was one thing, but he already had you. When you said my national insurance number, you made a claim. And so now it's just arbitration. Now it's just working out the details. The reality is, I don't have an insurance number. I don't have a social insurance number because that's for the fetal maternal organ. It's not for baby. And if it's not for baby, it's not for me. So they got us believing that we have all this stuff and that we're the beneficiaries to something. I'm not the beneficiary. The fetal maternal decedent estate is the beneficiary. And if you dig deep enough, you'll realize that it goes beyond that, and somebody else has they're entitled to that money, not you ever. You might be able to walk away and not pay the bill, but somebody else is getting money for it.
Yeah.
So I'm really cautious with, I mean, especially since I've been at it a really long time. And by the way, you get a pass. For a while. You get a pass for a while. Not forever. Anita, you got to hold this man accountable. But I mean, I'm blown away by, first of all, you already have an extremely deep understanding of the workings. Now you have to understand that everything that you knew is based upon the cut material and not you. Once you apply all that stuff that you know goes to that other human creature, then you realize, oh, wow, now you're going to be able to see it really easy when you start seeing that it's never been you. It's always been it. Always been it.
Yeah, that's the separation.
I'm always that dirty, wet blanket everywhere I go, and it does get to be tiresome because I feel like I'm always correcting people. But remember, even the United States, in that zygote definition, they talked about the pre-implantation. The pre-implantation biology is correct, meaning that the whole man. This is right out of Luke 5:31. They that are whole need not a physician, meaning that when you know that you're still clean up to the conception or up to implantation, when you know that the United States is saying that's where you're faultless, that's where you're pure, that's where you're innocent. And then innocence, what happens is when you plant into the wall of the uterus and you're attached to mom, obviously that's part of nature. But what happens is, you know, a few months later, 9 months later ish, when baby comes out first, the firstborn, and then the second coming after birth, I hope people caught that. The second coming after birth, number 2, waste material like poop, you know, like shite, whatever. That's number 2, the waste material. Well, the waste material is what's getting the birth certificate, and yet we claim to be that little shit. We always claim to be the little shit. And by doing so, we make the claim, and they're doing, listen to this, they're doing exactly what we're telling them to do. We claim a birthday, they don't have any options. They don't have any options. Oh, we got a decedent estate here. How do we handle it? Well, we handle it this way. They're not doing anything. The only one that's corrupt is the birth certificated character. When I say corrupt, I mean unpure, impure. My purity ended the moment I accepted the feto-maternal character, the 92 chromosome monstrosity. My purity and my innocence ended the moment I laid that claim. My innocence began at fertilization, and as long as I know my biology from my mom's, if I can distinguish my biology from my mom's biology, I'm always innocent. How's that? Think about that. I'm innocent from fertilization. And as long as I know my biology is different than my mom's, and I actually say that, all present and accounted for, from fertilization to last breath, I'm innocent my whole life until I actually do something to trespass upon somebody else's property. Otherwise, I'm innocent. Right now, in the world they created with the birth certificated character, everybody's guilty. So it's original sin the moment you claim fault. And that fault is the cut, and that cut begins a war, and now you're in the ecumenical, ecclesiastical, commercial realm of self-sacrifice.
That was the other bit, yeah, because you said it goes to 2 parties. You've got the church, and then the government, or the establishment, or whatever. Because it's separated, isn't it?
Yeah, here they always talked about the separation of church and state. Now remember, the body is the temple, the body is the church, and the state is the state of mind. But that's not how we typically look at it. So now let's think about that again. Remember, baby comes out of the womb. They clamp and cut the cord. Now there's a duality. Now there's 2 positions. Baby is an indigenous heathen. He's cut off from Christianity. He's cut off from God. He's a heathen. He's a non-Christian heathen. So the indigenous person, the baby, is a heathen that needs to be converted. This is conversion. So the baby's out there that he needs salvation. The heathen on the land, the indigenous person on the land needs to be converted to Christianity. That's called salvation. So the baby needs salvation. That's the work of the church, right?
Yeah.
The church has some work to do now. They need to somehow save this heathen because he's separated from God. God is creation, God is fertilization, but the cord, by clamping and cutting the cord, they separated you from God. So now you need to be saved. That's called salvation. That's the baby. What about the boat you came in on? What about the biological boat, the Ark of the Covenant that evidences your direct link to God? It's the Ark of the Covenant. What about that biology, that the boat you came in on that was left behind in the placenta? That's a shipwreck. That's a wreck or a stranding. Your boat has been stranded on an island, and that island is that accretion, that biology of moms. Now your boat is stranded. That's lost at sea. What does that mean? It means that they need to salvage that vessel. So the state, or in commerce, that vessel gets salvaged. So the boat, the biology, the afterbirth itself is also evidencing a need for salvage. And that's admiralty law. So the boat's subject to admiralty law and the state, while your church, your body, the baby, is subject to salvation. Those are the two positions. Are either of those actually true? No. From fertilization to last breath, if you're all present and accounted for, there is no fault, there is no cut, there is no separation, there's only evolution. And of course, most people will say, evolution's a bunch of bullshit too, Kurt. No, it's not. Do you realize that everybody has evolved from a single cell? How many people, when I say evolution, people say, oh, monkey to man, monkey to man. Did I say that? Evolution, if you can't see that your trillion cell personal existence today evolved from a single cell called zygote, if that's not evolutionary process, I don't know what is. It's that simple. But the church and everybody else got you believing that evolution is monkey to man. It's not. Evolutionary process is exactly that. The cellular subdivision from a single cell to a trillion cell entity, that's evolutionary process. But once you deny evolution, you deny the evolutionary process. When you deny the evolutionary process, you're done.
Yeah, going back to that, the vessel, we were talking about vessels and obviously the shipwreck. Now, going back to that document you posted. Now, I don't know what it is. It's only my a friend of mine. She's a midwife, and that's what she does. And she come in on your post, I think, Abby, and made a few comments on there. But I think she got the wrong end of the stick with what we was talking about, with the whole double meaning behind that document. But there was a thing in there where it says 3 vessels. I thought the vessel was one of the vessels was the baby, and one vessel was the placenta. But I didn't know what the third one was. Now, what she stated was it's the 3 veins. That's what it's referring to. The 3 vessels, as in the umbilical cord.
Why can't it be both?
Yeah. I think this is what I was saying. Now, when I looked at it, 3 vessels. First thing I thought about was the boat. Was obviously the water. Obviously thought, well,
right. That is a vessel. That's the boat you came in on. The extra embryonic material is the ark. It's the boat that you were inside of. You're Noah, and it's the ark. The embryo's Noah, and that extra embryonic boat is the vessel that you came in on. So there's one vessel.
Yeah.
And then, of course, the offspring of that vessel is baby. That's another vessel. Yeah. And then, of course, the connecting vessel is the umbilical cord.
Yeah.
So you have 3 vessels right there. Well, what's really interesting is in 1921, at chapter 12 of the 67th Congress, chapter 12 of the 67th Congress identified 2 terminal ends. They said that when you arrive with both terminal ends on the continental United States, licensing is not required. Well, what is both terminal ends? Well, if you got a cord, we'll call it the umbilical cord, or you have, just think of the cord. On one end of the cord, you have baby, one terminal end of the cord, and on the other terminal end of the cord, you have the boat or the extra embryonic material. When you view it as one unit, baby, umbilical, and extra embryonic, that's an unbroken original package.
Yeah.
It's an original package. But when they cut either end or leave part of it off, it falls through the cracks, literally falls through the cracks. So they have identified this biology. They don't use the words that we can see as biology. So when you're looking at the word vessel, the umbilical cord does have 3 vessels inside of it. But also the fact that one is a vessel and 2 could be considered vessels, that could be 3 vessels there. You see what I'm getting at? We don't know what they're doing, but we know what they can do. And that's that's everything I think of is people don't realize that with all these meanings of all these words, they can mean anything that the author wants them to mean. The author. So whoever authored that document has an intent, but we don't know the intent. But we can learn all the potential, the harmful intent. You see what I mean? And then you realize what can happen. And that's the problem, is most people think they know shit and they don't know anything. And you know what? Only the author has the authority to define the intent. That's why I tell people, when you subject yourself to his story, and he's the author, whoever he is, then he gets to define all the words, and he gets to define the context in which his characters find themselves. What happens if I'm the author? What if it's my story? Then I define the words and I define the context. There's the difference. That's the position of the sovereign. The sovereign it's his story. It's his own story, which is called my story. My story is defined by me. When I hear people say, well, person means this, not in my story, it doesn't. Well, crown means this, not in my story, it doesn't. Constitution means this, not in my story, it doesn't. See, if I ask you, Toby, what's your Constitution? Or definitely any of the patriots over here, the first thing out of their mouth is, well, in 1789. Well, I don't give a shit about that piece of paper. My Constitution is mind, body, and spirit. That's what makes me up. That's what makes me whole. That's my Constitution. So the moment I say the Constitution and implies some Constitution other than mind, body, and spirit of my own, I have already admitted to some other authority. I've admitted myself to some other authority. Now, what's really interesting about this is all true. It's already true. They're getting us to submit out of pure ignorance. Pure ignorance. And I don't expect a whole lot of people to understand any of this, really. I'll be honest with you. If 10,000 people got to this point and actually understood reality, that's a win as far as I'm concerned.
Game over.
Well, it is, because it doesn't take only one living man. Do you realize one living man has more power, more authority than any corporation?
Yeah.
How about every corporation? One living man has more authority, more power than every corporation in existence today. One living man. Because corporations, they can't own property. Corporations have nothing. They can't do anything.
Yeah, which is why when you go to court and the bank's making a claim against you, when you ask the court,
they're not making a claim against you. Remember, they're making a claim against a character that is presumably within the jurisdiction.
Yeah.
You're making the claim. When you claim that birthday, you've actually put yourself into somebody else's business.
Yeah.
It's none of my business, man. Sorry, I really hate doing that to you. You have no idea how much I hate that.
No, because probably the cogs turning.
Oh my God, I hate it. I mean, first of all, when I'm dealing with intelligent people, it's even worse. You know, when I know I'm dealing with children, it doesn't bother me so much. But when I'm dealing with intelligent people, it hurts. It hurts to be constantly doing this crap. And but you know what? I also let me tell you a quick story. My dad was always worked for himself. By the way, that is not self-employment. There's no such thing as self-employment. Self-employment is an oxymoron. Employment implies two positions: an employer and an employee. You got that?
Yeah.
My dad cannot employ himself. It implies two positions: an employer and employee. If my dad is only one living man, how can he be both? He can be both if he's using a birth certificated character. You see? So there's no such thing as self-employment. Anyway, so I got to be careful. My dad always did things for himself. He worked for himself, which is not self-employment. So he worked for himself, and he was an engineer, and he always employed other guys. So let's say he had 5 guys working for him. Well, what's interesting about that is my dad was really, really hard on guys because he expected perfection. In his business as an engineer, one mistake could cost hundreds of thousands of dollars. You know, to have a machine off by some millimeter or something where now it doesn't index properly or something's wrong. I mean, that's a mistake that nobody can live with. So he had to be perfect in his drawings, in his engineering skills. But he also employed guys that he held those guys to the same standards as himself. Now, what's interesting is that because he demanded this perfection, he paid his guys the most anybody paid in town. So his guys always got paid more than everybody else. So he had the best guys, engineers in town working for him, but he paid them the most. Well, what's interesting is my mom always used to say, because there were 6 of us kids, well, you know, if you didn't pay your guys so much, we'd have more. That's what my mom said. If you didn't pay your guys so much, we would have more for ourselves. My dad looked at her and said, if I didn't pay my guys so much, I wouldn't have these guys. My dad was more concerned with the truth and doing things the right way than earning money. And now, don't get me wrong, he wanted to make as much as he could, but he wouldn't lower his standards. And that's kind of what I'm stuck with. I can't even pretend there's an in-between between truth and fiction. There isn't. It's either all true or not true at all. There is no, well, it's almost true. No, that's not a true statement. I almost made it, you know, I almost was able to jump the entire space, you know, between the rock ledges. Well, you didn't make it, did you? Nope. I almost made it. No, you didn't. You're dead. So anyway, that's why I do what I do. My dad, if I got one thing from my dad, it's that desire for reality to that level, that standard of reality.
Yeah. So no, it's either on, it's off, it's in, or it's out, it's right or it's wrong, it's true or it's false. There's no grey area. Can't be.
Well, here's one last thing, and I had this conversation with my son earlier today too. You know, we don't get to talk like this very often, and there was nobody else in the house because I can't talk like this around anybody. Just an FYI. But anyway, the idea was compromise, and I said, you know, Alex, I don't believe in compromise. And he kind of looked at me like, oh no, here we go. What does that mean? What does compromise mean? To me, compromise means nobody gets what they want. Think about that. Nobody gets what they want. If you want 100% and I want 100%, but we make a compromise, you get 88% and I get 79%, and that's good enough. No, it's not. I want the truth, and that's 100% all the time. And the true statement is, I want the truth. There's no compromise in truth. So here's what's weird about this. I want everybody to think about this. Your husband or wife, you made a compromise. Hopefully not, but I'm going to prove something. You got 99% of what you wanted in your spouse. 1% you didn't. That's a compromise. I don't care any way you look at it. 1%. Well, she's nearly perfect, but there's that 1%. You know what that is? That means there's 1% better. And I don't care what you believe, that 1%, you're always looking for it. If there's a 1% opportunity of better than what you have, even if you don't know it, it's in there. If there's a 100% out there, you're looking for it, whether you know it or not. So I choose to not compromise, because that means there's a window or a door open always to leave, because there's got to be something better out there, because I only got 88% or 79% or 99%. So the fact that I compromise means in my lifetime, I really would like to find that 100%. Great. No, compromise is a joke. It's where nobody gets what they want. And that means everybody's always looking for something better. So remember that when you compromise, there's always a chance somebody's going to leave you or breach the contract or something, because they're always looking for the 100%, always, or something better. Grass is always greener on the other side.
Makes logical sense. There's another thing I wanted to run by you. He came back talking about the birth certificate, the certificate. Now, there's a lot of people that are over here. Now, obviously, you've got a lot of like Roman gypsies and travellers that don't register their child. Obviously, if you're going back,
Be careful. You never register your baby.
No.
What you're doing is you're agreeing to adopt the fetal maternal placenta as a child. That's the registration. When you actually go out and you sign your name, what you're doing is you're adopting the Gregorian calendar birth certificated character by registration. And what that really is, if you understand what a brood parasite is, a brood parasite is like a dodo bird or one of these birds that goes into the nest and the bird will lay an egg amongst all the other birds, the legitimate birds, the bird eggs. And when a dodo hatches early, it'll kick all the other birds out of the nest and be the only one left. It's called a brood parasite because it kills off all the other children, so to speak, or the legitimate children. That's what they do. That's what the birth certificated character is. That birth certificated child is a brood parasite. When we adopt the character of that birth certificated child, we basically, and we throw out the baby with the baptismal waters. We throw the baby out with the water because the legitimate baby doesn't have a name and doesn't have a certificate. So the moment we start using the birth certificate as if it's our child, we have adopted that child, which is the state creation, and the baby gets thrown away. He doesn't even exist anymore. I know he's in your house and everything else, but we've adopted the brood parasite. So now the state has a say in everything we do with that character. We think the baby and that parasite are one and the same. They're not. The birth certificated child is not the baby. That's why when we do all this, the state can come in and take away the baby because we believe that the birth certificate and the baby are one and the same. They're acting on the certificate. They're acting on the biology of the certificate. And part of the biology of the certificated person is the baby. So they can take the baby away with a body attachment because the baby's biology and some of the biology of the birth certificated person are the same. So they're going to join the baby or the child, the real living, breathing baby or the child with that paper because we have adopted the paper child. By the way, for you XY axis people, the paper plane, the paper realm, the XY axis realm is flat Earth. Absolutely, positively. Not even a little bit of question to me, because it's a psyop to get us to agree that the brood parasite is what we want. So all of the flat earthers are agreeing with the adoption, the paper realm, the XY axis flat realm, by claiming the earth is flat. Earth means soil. Soil is the placenta. The empty placenta is flat. It's considered flat land. So, and of course, the flat land gives rise to the paper birth certificate. So by claiming the birth certificate, you're claiming the flat land of the placenta. By the way, there are people out there that laugh at this shit. I block. It doesn't matter who you are. The moment you make fun of this shit, you're gone. I don't have time for fools. And anybody that's not listening to this, if I see any comment because you haven't done the work, when I see this, when I see somebody make a joke about something they don't understand, I cut them off because they're a waste of my time. I don't care who you think you are. I don't care how big a following you have. If you had 100,000 people in your little nest, I'll cut you off just as quick because you're an idiot. And I mean this. I've wasted so much time with people over the 15 years. I don't do it anymore. The moment I see somebody, another fool that somehow finds their way into my situation, they're poison. And I got to get rid of that poison as fast as possible because they will poison everybody's mind, especially if they had some following or worse. If they were somebody in the, the entertainment realm, it's even worse. Because everybody wants to brush shoulders with entertainers like there's somebody more or more important. I'm just telling you right now, everybody, can get cut off really fast. I don't have any problem cutting anybody off.
But it's like the key thing you mentioned is time, because the most valuable commodity that all of us have got is time, because we're born, we arrive, and we die, and that could be tomorrow. I know tomorrow's today, but I could be walking the dog, and I get hit by a car, and we won't be here. So the time that we've got is the most valuable, and there's no point wasting your time with idiots that don't.
No, this is it. This is our one go around on the planet, and again, this is all we got, and this moment is all we have. So don't waste it, talking about things that don't mean anything. I don't even care. Let's just pretend for a second that, by the way, I mean, here's how crazy this is. When I say the word asteroid, there's no way anybody listening to this could see a connection to what I'm talking about biologically. But I'm telling you right now that the word asteroid, it's in my new book or the next book, but it's there because of something. It's there for a very specific reason. Most people can't see that the material, the celestial body, the zygote is a celestial body. It's a heavenly body. And people don't get this. It's the planet from which we all come. I came from my zygote, like Superman came from Krypton. People don't get this. They can't see it. So just because you can't see it doesn't mean it's not true. And they're writing all kinds of legislation based upon biology, but they make it seem like it's something else. So we can't see it. But once you see it, once you know what you're looking at, it's easy. But anyway, the reason I brought up asteroid is because I was just putting this definition and these things in the book regarding asteroid, and all of a sudden somebody sent me a clip that was actually speaking about an asteroid, and it was actually it was something to do with the new label for the coronavirus. And it led to some asteroid named this. And I'm actually in front of my computer adding asteroid, it may be within a day or so, to my book, because asteroid means something. So they're actually using this term that describes this asteroid for the next round of coronavirus bullshit, which is funny to me, because I know that the coronavirus, the crown virus, is actually the maternal accretion that's attached to our biology. It is literally the crown of thorns that evidences a sacrificial lamb, which is Jesus, obviously, because he wore the crown of thorns. The crown of thorns is actually the accretion or the maternal part of the placenta that has our mind all wrapped up in a belief system. Well, that's the whole idea of the coronavirus. The corona is the crown, and it's a crown virus. It's a virus for the mind. It's for the belief system. And the guys that know believers will believe this stuff, think about this. If they want a world of responsible human beings, are they ever going to have responsible human beings if you believe in all this bullshit? No. So they're finding ways to separate people and those that have capacity to think from those that don't. If you went out and got a vaccine, it tells them that you don't have a capacity to think. And in nature, you're going to die off. They're just helping it along a little bit. If you put a mask on your face, don't get me wrong here. I know people had to do this to get their paycheck at the end of the week, but I'm telling you, if you believed you needed a mask, you've identified yourself as a moron. You've identified yourself. You're actually put it on your face. Hey, look at me. I'm a fool. I believe this shit. You're identifying, they're getting people to self-identify and self-destruct. So they don't have to do it. Hey, we're going to offer the poison. If you want to take it, that's great.
Yeah, it's an IQ test.
It's an IQ test.
Yeah.
By the way, one last thing I'll say about this is I had a dream years ago that the Pope called me up and said, Kurt, I'm really tired of this shit. I'm handing it to you. Now, I thought about that and I go, well, that's not going to be good for me. Because if I got a hold of the world and I let nature run its course, because that's what I would do. If you let nature run its course, everything that, we hear about Agenda 30 and 21 and all this crap, that's a force, that's a force kill off. But if nature were to run its course, you understand that there's no welfare state in nature. You understand that there's no unemployment insurance in nature. You understand that there are no jobs in nature. There are no jobs.
Well,
what does that mean? What's that?
It just sort of based back to the old days, weren't it? Just hunter-gatherer.
No, I'm saying that there are no jobs. I mean, that there's no job created where you show up on Monday and get paid on Friday. You either figure it out and create something for yourself, even if you work with somebody or for somebody. There is no social security number. There's an agreement between you and the creator. There is no job. So all of the people that went to school to get a job, a good job, they don't understand that there won't be any jobs. There's only going to be creators and those that work for creators, producers and those that work for producers. And it's okay. But there won't be jobs as we know them, where you can just go to school and come out and work at McDonald's or whatever. Because eventually McDonald's won't even exist either, because they don't even serve food anymore. What I'm getting at is there won't be any jobs. In nature, there are no jobs. When I look outside right now and I see a squirrel bearing a nut, it's because the squirrel's taking care of himself. He didn't go to work on Monday to get a paycheck on Friday to go buy nuts in a grocery store. He had to figure it out or he dies. Well, if the Pope called me up and said, Kurt, I'm handing this thing to you, and I'd go, well, then half the planet will probably die anyway.
Well, yeah,
and then I'm going to look like a monster because I'm going to side with nature.
Yeah.
So tell me what's really happening here. I mean, tell me who's necessary in their own existence, who can take care of themselves and who can't. I don't know. But if you're putting on a mask or you're taking a vaccine because you believe in something that does not exist, by the way, well, you're self-identifying.
What they're doing, they're trying to make everyone dependent on the system and the government. It's just more top down. But,
well, they already are.
Right. There's one. So if you just say, someone's going to have a baby, and you gave birth, you cut the umbilical cord that was left to naturally fall off, and obviously you didn't register the birth with the system, then that is true sovereignty. Would that be not? Because you haven't.
I really don't have an answer for that, because I don't know. The way the world is built right now, if you don't have the ability, if you don't have a number attached to something, you can't have a bank account.
Yeah.
I mean, you can't do anything in the fictional realm without a agency, without some fictitious character there for you to act as a liaison, or you know what I mean, the connection. Now, in reality, you don't need any of this crap, but there's not enough reality. I mean, the world desires the fiction. It desires it. It wants, the creature comfort, so to speak. And again, most people will not want reality. They prefer their, their chains. This is a lowest common denominator realm. I mean, and again, I don't want to, I'm not trying to get people really angry. I'm just trying to be honest. Here's the world that I found myself in. I was at Debbie and I were, we go up to Wisconsin quite often, northern Wisconsin, and we went to a really cute motel one weekend. And they had a really beautiful backyard area with this really beautiful in-ground pool that needed some work, but they were fixing it. Well, they found out that they can't afford to fix the pool because the new laws that came in, they had to accommodate people, disadvantaged people or people with disabilities. They couldn't afford all the extra stuff, so they had to close the pool to everyone. Think about that. Now, because they can't afford to accommodate the disabled, everybody suffers. That's the lowest common denominator calling the shot. I know people hate that right now. They hate me all the way, man. But I'm telling you right now, if you cater, if your whole world is built upon accommodating the lowest or the disabled, then those that actually have the capacity to produce at a high level will stop. And then you're gonna watch the collapse of everything. We live in a world right now where, let's just say, a guy identifies with an Olympic sprinter, but he's in a wheelchair. He identifies as an Olympic sprinter. This is how stupid it is, because there are people identifying as males or females when they're obviously not. What I'm getting at is this guy identifies as an Olympic sprinter, and he brings a court action against the Olympic Committee for not letting him participate. That's where we're at. That's how stupid this world is, where somebody that knows for a fact that he can't, but he desires it, so he wants to be literally the squeaky wheel that pulls everything to a stop. Eventually, there won't be any Olympics because it's not fair. It's not fair to those that can't participate. You know what? I want to be the gold medal champion in the 100,000 in the 10,000 meters. But I'm 63 years old, and I know, because I'm reasonable, that I'll never be that. But I could probably bring a court case against the Olympic Committee and say, listen, I know I haven't qualified, but God damn it, I actually identify as a gold medal winner. You see how stupid this world is?
Yeah, it is. Like blokes competing in the women's fucking bench.
It doesn't. That's what I'm getting at. I just read an article about some 6'4" dude that gets to shower with all these women. Hey, who doesn't want to do that, Toby? What I'm getting at is this bullshit. They got us accepting men going in girls' bathrooms and men going in girls. Girls don't want to go into men's. What I'm getting at is it's all nonsense. It's the lowest common denominator. These people are laughing at us. If wishes were horses, beggars would ride. That's the world we find ourselves in. Hey, I just want it to be true, so it must be. I don't want it. That world can burn. As far as I'm concerned, I don't want to participate at all. I'm not going to pretend anything.
Yeah,
nothing.
Right, got
you know why? Because
Right.
That would make me insane. That would make me party voluntarily. I'm not going to participate. I'm sorry. You can have that fucked up realm. I don't want anything to do with it.
Hey,
sorry.
Can I ask a question?
Uh-oh.
Hello, buddy. You all right?
That's all right. Okay.
That for a little while in there was time to ask a question, so I think
I wasn't
okay.
really sure whether I was allowed to speak or whatever. I didn't want to cut in on what you were talking about, but no, I've
Please
heard
do.
you on Crow 77. How you doing? You right? Yeah, I've heard you on Crow 77.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, no. So you were talking about before about putting the period in your name as some kind of solution. I don't. What I'm trying to get is I understand the zygote and all that, and I really do. But my question was, what's the solution? If we want, is there a way in which we can, sort of move between the legal fiction and us as a
I,
man?
I believe there is. And I just last Tuesday, perfect timing for this question. I did a call with Linda. And by the way, I do have a podcast. I call it a podcast. It's basically a conversation with my friend Linda every week or every other week or whatever. It's called New Word Order. And I just did one with her last week regarding that period and why it makes sense. Or yeah, it was last week or the week before. And what's interesting is when you understand what Kurtis R. period Kallenbach means, it's a signal.
So
It's a signal.
Just to clarify the period, it's a full stop.
Yes.
It's a full stop, but when you add the R in my case, it's an initial period. And then you understand what letters of safe passage are, the word letter or letter perfect, and then when you understand what the period actually is, it's a designation. It's also a dowry for the mother's land, which evidences a right of way. There's so much in it. And by the way, they mentioned this in 1773. The London Medical Society evidenced the fixing a period or putting an initial, affixing an initial to the title or what we perceive to be a name. When you understand the mechanics of all this stuff, in 1946 or 48, Harry S. period Truman said that, I mean, he actually identified the period as being something that is required for convenience and consistency. And even the style manual says absolutely positively the period has to be after an initial. When you put all this together and you know the story behind each and every piece of this, you understand that Kurtis is me, the man speaking right now. Richard, which can be reduced to a single letter R, Richard is actually the fetal part of the placenta or the fetal afterbirth. The period is the maternal part of the afterbirth. So when you have the R period, you actually have the rest, residue, and remainder of my estate, and includes the right of way over my mom's biology to get out of the womb. And then you have a full stop period, which goes on and to the fictional realm, Kallenbach, which is my father's industrial property or personality that allows me to use through legitimacy the name Kallenbach. All of a sudden you realize what Kurtis R. period Kallenbach represents. It's the entirety of my existence, and it also evidences my ownership. I don't know any other way to say it. By the way, I've been talking about that for years. But that last call I did with Linda, or the one before that, I'm not sure which one it is, but somewhere just in the last month, I did a call specifically about that period pretty much.
Well, I heard it before. And I don't know how many people have heard that on this particular call we're on now, Kurt, but yeah, I mean, it was a revelation to understand the period or full stop in the UK, but people don't understand period. But yeah, the full stop in the name and putting that in. So I don't know if you want to elaborate a little bit more. I don't know how many people understand that.
Well, you know what? It's kind of hard to do it in this setting. I'll be honest with you. I would rather have people go listen to it where I was focused specifically on that idea or those ideas. But I am going to say, you guys call it a full stop. Let me say it this way. Imagine being sentenced to life in prison. Sentenced to life in prison. The period is the end of the sentence.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Total sense.
It's the end of the sentence. If you're stuck in purgatory or you're sentenced to life in prison, but that period evidence is the end of the sentence, guess what? You're not there anymore. This is a prison for your mind. So all of a sudden, the full stop prior to the industrial property or the fictional Kallenbach, the trade name, when you understand that it's a full stop between the living and the dead, there's no combination or combining the worlds of the living and the dead, and the period's a full stop. So now you're evidencing things the way they're intended to be known, rather than mixing the living and the dead. Kurtis Kallenbach is ambiguous. It doesn't, you don't know whether I'm choosing life or death. Kurtis R. Kallenbach with no period is mixing life and death. Kurtis Richard Kallenbach, the name on the live birth record, is mixing the living and the dead. So there's no way to do this without a full stop. It's pretty cool. I got to admit, it is pretty cool.
That's good.
By the way, I got a letter from years ago. This is, hell, I got it right here. I got a letter from, let me go downstairs and grab it because it's so cool. And it took me a couple years to realize what they sent me. And I'm not kidding. This stuff doesn't, it takes a long time sometimes.
You got 6 foot under.
Yeah, I'm going 6 foot under right now. I'm in the basement. Let me see the letter here. Here it is. So this is a letter from the Department of Justice, and it was January 10th, 2017. So it's been, what, 6 years. And I had sent back the birth certificate with a bunch of other stuff. Now, when I sent it to them, this was an authenticated birth record I sent to them. And I said, you need to take this stuff back because it's not my property. They went through it all, took it apart, copied everything because all the staples were out of everything. And then they sent it back to me. But they sent it back. They sent it back to the character, to a character that I never knew existed. So let me explain this. When I sent everything to them, I sent it with a return address with the name Kurtis Kallenbach on it. I didn't know any of this yet. This is 2017. I did not know about that title or that name or whatever. When they sent everything back to me, now remember, nothing I sent them identified. I mean, I sent everything in Kurtis Kallenbach. Everything. From me. Everything that came from me was Kurtis Kallenbach. When they sent everything back to me, they sent it back because of the material they had in their possession. They sent it back to Kurtis R. Kallenbach. But here's what's different. Now, I didn't send anything that had Kurtis Richard that from me. The stuff I had in there with the birth records and whatever had Kurtis Richard Kallenbach. What I'm trying to say is that I didn't send it as anything but Kurtis Kallenbach. But they sent everything back to Kurtis R. Kallenbach because that's who it belonged to. Now, here's what's weird. The letter says, "Dear friend, semicolon, thank you for your recent letter to the Attorney General. We reviewed the information you provided, and it appears that this matter does not involve federal law and or the Department of Justice. Accordingly, we are returning your correspondence to you. If you need to pursue the matter, we suggest you consult a private attorney to determine what legal avenues are open to you. Sincerely," and it wasn't signed, which means there's no living being on the other end of this. It's an office or an official capacity. But mail referral unit, Department of Justice. Now, here's what's interesting. They sent it to a Kurtis R. Kallenbach. Kurtis R. Kallenbach. And then the letter said, "Dear friend." So all of a sudden I started putting together. It might have taken me 2 years because I was doing other things, but then it started hitting me. What was that letter? Why did that letter say Kurtis R. And why was it addressed to friend? Because the friend of the court, amicus curiae, the friend of the court is Kurtis R. Kallenbach. All of a sudden it started to make sense. The friend of the court. Jesus is just all right with me. Jesus, he's my friend. Now all of a sudden I start seeing things in a whole different light. This is 2017. And I'm realizing they're sending me information that only if I have the background to see it. Now, when I first got this, I didn't. But a couple years later, by 2019, it all made sense. The R period made sense to me. And the friend of the court, amicus curiae, made sense to me because the amicus curiae, the friend of the court, is an attorney. In fact, it's an attorney in fact. So that's the agency. That's the one that can handle everything for your property. They actually showed me through this letter everything I needed to see at the time. And again, they say, "Dear friend," and the one that received it was Kurtis R. Kallenbach. The friend is not Kurtis Kallenbach. The friend is not Kurtis Richard Kallenbach. The friend is not Kurtis R. Kallenbach. The friend is Kurtis R. period Kallenbach, and that's the amicus curiae or friend of the court. What does that mean? It means you're actually the subrogate, or you're the stand-in. You're the one that can speak to that matter, to that biology. No one else. And either you do it or you hire an attorney to do it. Kurtis R. period Kallenbach can do it. He can speak specifically and directly to that material or that matter. Kurtis Kallenbach cannot. Kurtis Richard Kallenbach cannot. He requires, those characters require an attorney, because that material is a decedent estate. It requires an attorney. Kurtis R. period Kallenbach is Isaiah 9:6. Kurtis R. period Kallenbach is the one that brings, or that has a peaceable capacity. He has the ability to peaceably assemble the two parts. And they identified it. They actually called Kurtis R. period Kallenbach the friend. That was nuts. To see this letter that many years later, I have it in front of me right now. But now, I mean, now you realize that these guys are telling you things if you have the eyes to see. I didn't have it then. Don't get me wrong. It didn't make sense yet. It didn't make sense yet. But in the back of my mind, Kurtis R. period Kallenbach received something from the Department of Justice. By the way, remember that the United States says it's the pre-implantation embryo that is correct. Kurtis R. period Kallenbach evidences the pre-implantation entirety. It has me, the living man, the R, the fetal material that was cut off of me, the period, which is the maternal part of the placenta or the accretion, and it has Kallenbach, the estate, the father of the estate, all in one line. So if you know how to do this, don't try to manipulate. Don't get me wrong. I'm not trying to manipulate anything. I'm still not doing what a lot of people would be doing. I'm going after the estate, Kurt. If you go after the estate, you're actually claiming the estate exists. I'm going after that account money, Kurt. If you go after some separate account, you're actually acknowledging that the account exists and the man does not. It's one or the other. If that account exists, if that infant or fetal account exists, if that decedent estate exists, you do not. Pick one. Life or death. Here or not here. Pick one. If you're not here and the decedent estate exists, you're going to be dicking around with the jurisdiction of these fictitious courts the rest of your life. If you side with reality, I believe that those courts will disappear. They have to. Those courts only exist for the decedent estates. They do not exist for the living man. Pick one.
You're claiming back your salvage, your wreckage.
Well, there isn't any wreckage. That's the beauty. There is no wreck if the man's living.
Yeah.
And that's the whole point is, I know that they cut the cord. I know that they created this potential. But hear me on this. If I'm still using it today, 63 plus years later, is there a wreck?
No, sure how.
No, that's evolutionary process. Even though they cut a piece of me off and it gave rise to some fictitious estate, I'm still using it today. I'm still breathing life into this. If this exists, if I exist here, their character cannot exist. I can't be in two places at once.
Because that comes under like the trespass, isn't it? Because I've trespassed upon you by cutting you off from this part of you off, which is
there. It is. There it is. There was a crime committed, but here you got to be careful. If I name the crime, yeah, I know I put it on the back cover of the book. I know that I identified a potential crime, but remember, if I'm here today, even though they cut a piece of me off back there at the port of entry, I cannot acknowledge it as a crime. I have to ultimately forgive that act. Now, the beautiful thing is when I forgive that act, it doesn't happen. Again, if I forgive that act, it doesn't happen. If it doesn't happen, I'm whole. If I'm whole and living, then everything they've done up to now, it's called what is it? Status quo antebellum. Status quo antebellum is I want things to go back as they were before the war. What's the war? The war is the cut. The cut gives rise to, you know, a particular end and competition over that particular end. That's the cut. What happens if I want things to go status quo antebellum? I want things to go back to what they were before the war. And once, go ahead.
What's that? Nunc pro tunc, isn't it?
I don't know if it's that or ab initio, nunc pro tunc. I'm not sure, but the biggie is I want it to go back prior. I want things to go back before the war, which is prior to the cut. You know what that is? That's me connected directly to God. That's it. Nobody's going to argue with you.
And also, aren't you the crown as well? Because like when you come out of your mother's, they say you're crowning, so you actually are the crown.
Oh yeah, that's a beautiful question. Absolutely. Now look at this. Look at this.
So we are actually the crown. Yeah.
You are the crown.
Yeah.
When you're whole. Now look at, so baby, umbilical, and extra embryonic biology, all one DNA. It's all one. There's no difference between the tail and the front end. It's all the same. One is just evolved beyond, or one is the byproduct, or one is the product of, one is the offspring of. Like the acorn and the oak tree. The oak tree is a product of the acorn, but the acorn and the oak are one and the same. Zygote and man, same exact thing. The man comes from the zygote, but the zygote and the man are the same exact estate. Here's what's cool about the question. Baby, umbilical, extra embryonic. This is pretty interesting stuff. Me, the baby, has a brain. The brain is my ability to think and self-govern. That's my government. So my government is upon my shoulders. Isaiah 9:6. That's me. But what happens when they clamp and cut the cord? Now, the rest of my biology, the residue and remainder of my estate, has the government of that material been cut off? The rest of my biology doesn't have a government, does it?
That's right.
So the birth certificated biology doesn't have a government. Only when you're whole can you be self-governing, because the rest of your biology doesn't have a government. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it hasn't got heart, hasn't got lungs, got no organs.
It doesn't. Well, what I'm getting at is the ability to govern the afterbirth. You're separated from it. So the birth certificated character has no government. The baby has the government, but the birth certificated character has no government.
Yeah.
It's been disconnected. Does that make sense? If part of my biology's been cut off, then that biology does not have my government, does it?
No.
That's the point. They got a piece of you that has no government. It has no government. It can't be self-governing. It doesn't even have a brain. It's even worse than that. I'm not joking here. What I'm about to say is not even funny, but it's true. It's going to sound stupid, but it's true. Baby, umbilical, and extra embryonic, all one estate. With a government, by the way. The government's on the baby's shoulders. So if it's left all together as one unit, you got the baby, the umbilical, and extra embryonic, all one biological estate with a government. What happens when you clamp and cut the cord? Now you got two positions. The baby has the government, but he's an indigenous person on the land. He's a native. Indigenous persons have no rights. So they found a way to get rid of the rights of the man by creating an indigenous position. Now, here's what's really interesting. The baby has vertebra. The baby has a spine. Does the extra embryonic or afterbirth, does that have a spine?
No.
No, it's spineless. Understand that if this material washed ashore, if the afterbirth, if you were walking along the beach and this stuff was at your feet, it washed ashore, you wouldn't even know what it was. You would not know what it was. You wouldn't know that it was part of a baby because you wouldn't recognize it. This material is a sea monster in and of itself. It's a product of the sea. It's a product of the waters, whatever. But if it's disconnected from the baby and it washed ashore, you would not know what it was. You might think it's a jellyfish or whatever, but you would not know what it was. And it's spineless. It's an invertebra if it's separated from baby. Do you realize that in the United States, they actually created legislation against jellyfish? I'm not, yeah, I heard somebody laugh because it's so funny. They actually found it and they called it a pest. These jellyfish are washing ashore and they are pests, and the United States has legislation that says they can get rid of the pests. Get rid of the pests. That's the birth certificated person.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
They can get rid of it. It's in the legislation. I put it in the next book, but I might have even put it on Facebook one day. Nobody sees it because they can't see that the cutoff material is spineless. By the way, if I called you, Toby, spineless, what am I calling you?
Yeah, sound like a backbone. Sound I'm dead.
I'm no backbone. What? And somebody without backbone is a coward.
Yeah.
And a coward, what do they call? Remember Back to the Future movie when somebody called the main character something, a color? What did he call him?
Yellow.
Yellow. Yellow is the color of a coward, but it's also the color of the quarantine flag.
Yeah, and the yellow board movements and
Look at that. I mean, look at the people around the world that they're coming out with these things and they're yellow. And they don't recognize the fact that yellow is quarantine, and the piece of you that was cut off is under quarantine and has been since the beginning. They don't even allow it on shore. It's held offshore. It becomes the offshore shell corporation, but it's held offshore because it's sick. It's diseased. It has literally the coronavirus, crown virus, which because it is crowned by mom's afterbirth material, which subjects it to Rome. So you got this piece of you that has a different government, a Roman government, and your country doesn't want it in there. It's holding it out there at bay because Rome claimed it through unum sanctum. But they found a way to birth certificate that character, and then all these idiots claimed the birth certificate, and now Rome is on, it's right there. It's undermining England. It's undermining Ireland. It's undermining the United States. It's undermining because it's an adjacent piece of ground that they're able to dig through mom's property and dig into your own biology. They're undermining everybody through the birth certificate. By the way, one last thing about that. This is a fun one too. A lot of people haven't heard this. Adam, A-D-A-M, Adam and Eve. Understand that when they created the birth certificate, they found a way to capture your energy. It's called splitting of the atom. When they clamp and cut the cord, they split the atom. I mean, now it sounds like a nuclear bomb, and it is. It's nuclear. It's nuclear. They're able to get your nuclear energy, which is your biological energy, by the way, by cutting the cord and separating your own ability to govern from the ability of that character. The energy, just like putting on the clothing of Harry Potter, you're giving all your energy to their character. That's the splitting of the atom. And you're giving it away. They're not taking it from you. You're giving it away. There, by the way, again, the only one that's corrupt is you. When I say corrupt, I'm talking about mixed. You and mom's biology, if you're claiming the birth certificated fetal, maternal, placental character, that's mixed biology, that's corruption. That's a corruption of blood. So the birth certificated character is corrupt. Think of it this way too. If for any of you people out there love horticulture, do you know what grafting is?
Yeah, something you cut, I don't know, a rose and then graft it into like another root or something, can't you? You can.
That's what they did with you. When they cut the biology off of you, they actually have evidence of a graft. And think about this. You and mom are grafted together, but then they take it and they graft you to a larger family or a larger stem. That's grafting. You're already corrupt. So it's graft and corruption if you look at it that way. But what I'm getting at is they're taking real world things and they're giving them these ideas, these legislative ideas. And all you have to do is claim the birth certificated character and you're involved in all of it. All of it. You can't get out of it because you don't even know you're in it.
It's your neck in it.
Yeah. Unbelievable. And it's everything. It's all of it. And it's all fiction. That's my point. When you know that you're all present and accounted for from fertilization of last breath, and you've identified your 46 chromosomes as the limits of your claim. Sorry, I'm not claiming any of mom's biology at all. I might have a right of way over mom's biology, but I'm not claiming any of that biology as my property. Now what? You realize there's no joinder. Once you eliminate any potential for joinder, the fictional realm is gone. Once the fictional realm is gone and you don't actually commit a crime, I'm not talking about getting drunk and driving home. I'm not talking about not paying taxes or whatever. I'm talking about real crime where you smash somebody in the face, which is a trespass. When you actually harm somebody in the real world, that's a crime. But they have anything they want to pull you in on, they can do it because they already have you guilty of everything. You're already guilty. Understand that your biology is in one giant global public pool. And if one guy does one thing wrong, anywhere in the world, you're guilty of it because you're part of the pool of guilt.
That was the
nobody understands. Yeah, go ahead.
That was the interesting chat that I listened to when I was coming back from Nottingham the other day. I think you did one with Vil, and I really enjoyed that. He's talking about the judge. Well, the judge, you go into court, the judge is sitting there, and he's got the public record of all the people. So when you turn up, he's already got the name, he's already got the account, and then when you turn up, you're giving joinder to that or completing the
circuit.
Yeah.
You just got your name, yeah.
But that's what's scary. You're guilty of every single crime ever committed by anybody in the public because you're sharing. If you're going to share yourself into the public and have all of the benefits of everything, you're also going to be punished at the same level. So if somebody does something over there, you're guilty of it too. You're already guilty because you're party. You're a party to that via pool. All of your biology's pooled together. So you're just one giant global John Doe. All you got to do is put a name to it. You do it.
So Kurt, going back to solutions then. So what like for example, let's just say take a random thing. We got council tax, same as you have property tax. Yeah, they haul you into court. We all know it's unlawful. They haul in the name, and it's an administrative court. Yeah. So how do we, or how would you say that we deal with that in your mind?
individually, there can't be a cookie cutter on this, because
No.
only you know the situation, and you have to apply the truth and stand on it over and over and over and never be mad. You just have to keep telling the truth until it can't be ignored. And again, you're talking about a council tax, or we'll call it a real estate tax or a property tax. I just found something the other day. I think the word is curtilage, but I have a sneaking suspicion that the right of way, when you understand it all the way down, when the house of Kallenbach is sitting on, has a right of way to this accretion. The accretion is part of planet Earth or Mother Earth. The Vatican is laying claim to Mother Earth. They're saying that they have a right to tax through their character. I'm saying if I have a right of way, the tax is off the table. So, and again, you're not going to argue. You're not even, there's no point. When I say point, I mean dot, I mean end, or full stop. There's no point of contention.
Nothing to argue
When
about.
the truth, argue. Again, you got to know this stuff so well. This is where people, they don't get it. They don't, there's not going to be a boilerplate. There's not going to be one situation, even though it's the same truth for all of us, all present and accounted for. If they're making a claim that a tax is due, who's making the claim?
Well, it's the fictitious entity, isn't it? The building.
And that's kind of how you got to deal with this, and say, you're making a claim that this is due. You need to prove your claim. You're not going to deny it. You're just going to say you're making the claim, so prove your claim. I'm all right with paying it. Just prove your claim. It's sort of a, what do they call that? It's an acceptance, but there's a contingency that, again, I don't have any problem paying this. I want to know that I actually owe it. So you've made a claim. Now prove your claim. And again, you're not going to ever argue. You don't ever want to argue.
Yeah. No, I get it. I get it, because we'll fight in it. We'll fight in it really hard, I think, over here, massively, in a big way. And there's some wins. There are some wins. But if like, by using like the period in the name and going there and being the living man, which they don't recognize, but then we take it up to the High Court. That's how I see it personally.
95% of court cases are won administratively because court is the last course of action, and obviously, that the pen's mightier than the sword.
Well, here, all of the lower courts are what do they call it? The admiralty is commerce, obviously, but they're the guilt is already presumed, and here they've been presumed since 1939, but they're called summary judgment.
Yeah.
Summary judgment means something's already been adjudicated. And the adjudication is the birth certificated character. It's already happened. So if you're claiming the character, there's a summary judgment situation. When you get past the summary judgment stuff, the higher courts here, we're going to call them the districts or the federal courts, they're dealing with reality. But you got to get past these things to get to the reality. But I think you can do it without ever even going to court. I think that you shine the light of truth on reality so they don't waste their time either. The outcome's already going to be the outcome. The truth is going to win no matter what. How far are you willing to go? The attrition rate for most people is because they don't realize that you don't have to spend any money. You don't even have to spend any time. Just take the time to learn the fundamentals of reality. Start, and don't be intellectually lazy, and don't be lazy. I mean, learn in right of way. I got 5 letters that I had written. If you learn what those letters actually mean, that's what I would tell people to do. I would say, pick a letter that you like the way it's written, learn what the letter's actually saying. You realize that my first 3 letters went to the Illinois Department of Public Health. Public health. I mean, the whole COVID thing's about health. Why would I send a letter to the public health, the highest office in Illinois based upon health? It's because my whole existence, the entire comptroller's office, is based upon cemetery law, which is the decedent estate. So their entire financial system is built upon these decedent estates. Well, I'm not dead. I can't be party to any of their legislation or their claims. So I sent 3 letters to the highest office in Illinois based upon health or my existence. By the 3rd letter, the man that received it, Nirav Shah or whatever his name was, he was a medical doctor and he had his Juris Doctor. He was an attorney. So I sent letters, just me, little old me in Rockford, Illinois, writing letters to a guy that had both a medical degree or medical doctor and Juris Doctor, and he quit. He quit his job because he didn't want to be implicated. Now, since then, he's gone on to another job. I should probably write letters to him in that job. But he quit Illinois. And what's really neat about this is a guy that said this job, this IDPH job that he had, was his dream job. Why would you quit a dream job unless there was a threat based upon the information you received that what you were doing was criminal, which was true. So he quit. The next letter I sent was to the even scarier situation, was the Department of Homeland Security. Homeland Security. This is the scariest of all scary. 11 days after receiving my letter, the Secretary of Homeland Security quit. That letter to Homeland Security was amazing. But 11 days later, she quit. What's really funny is my wife and I were eating sushi in a place that had all these TVs on, and they had the closed caption on because, you don't want to listen to that crap. But anyway, it was a Sunday, and I was already still kind of thinking, wow, that guy quit after receiving my letters. It didn't quite hit me yet. Debbie didn't quite see the potential in it either. Well, then we're sitting there, and I'm looking at this, and I'm reading this, that the Secretary of Homeland Security had just quit or just resigned. I have Debbie look up there. I said, what does that say? And she says, Homeland Security Secretary just quit. And I went, 2 for 2. And she's looking at me like, holy crap. My point is, when you know what you're trying to accomplish, I wasn't trying to get these people to quit. I was trying to let them know that I knew all present and accounted for from fertilization to last breath. And again, these are not threatening letters. I'm just telling them, you need to do the right thing. They did. They quit. They didn't do the right thing. They quit. What I'm getting at is, if you learn these letters, do you realize that in these letters, I'm talking about quarantine a year and a half before they quarantined everybody? I'm not omniscient or anything. I just see the shit for what it is. And this is a yellow. I mean, this is exactly what it is. This is a piece of diseased biology that is not allowed to come ashore. It's like a boat with a disease. They're not going to let the boat come in because it's filled with diseased people. You understand that religion is a disease. They're not letting the religion into the country. They're calling it separation of church and state. But what they're really saying is, these people that believe this stuff, we don't want them here. So we're going to hold them at bay. We're going to place them on in a colony, a leper colony. Look up leprosy. You'll realize that the cut material, the diseased character, is a leper. And they're holding everybody in a leper colony so they can't come ashore and participate in the real government. And they're doing it through the birth certificated character. All of these fictitious ideas that I'm laying out, they're able to act upon them through our own admission to the character. If we stop claiming the Gregorian calendar birth certificated Christian, none of this shit happens. I would say, learn the letters. Ask yourself, why did Kurt write this shit? Why did he pick these words? What do they mean? There's 5 letters in there. I wrote 3 letters each to these people. That's 15 letters that I wrote. I only put 5 in the book. And you're right, the pen is mightier than a sword. I know guys that are, buy more guns, Kurt. When they come, they're not going to come. If I have my way, if I write enough, or if I get enough people to understand right of way, or the idea of all present and accounted for, there won't be any of this shit. We're threatened day in and day out with all kinds of nonsense. But none of it's true. It's all fiction unless we make it, unless we manifest it. That's what we're doing. We're manifesting everything through our fear and our beliefs and everything else. We're manifesting revelation. We're manifesting that biblical scripture. We're manifesting COVID because we believe it.
Accepting it for reality when it's not.
Do you realize that the character, the birth certificated character, is a patient subject to public health? Do you realize that if you're not a patient, public health doesn't apply to you? Well, the birth certificated character is a patient for life. He's a patient for life. Public health applies against that character because he's diseased. You want to get out from under public law, public health law? Stop claiming the birth certificated character. Crying out loud. It's everything. It's everything. But thank God for guys like you and gals like you, because, you know, this is what it's going to take. I mean, the light of truth is what's going to stop this. Guns and all that crap. By the way, protests, I get it. I mean, the people that protest are the ones that don't know. They're just mad. They just want things to stop. I got that. But understand that there's Catholics and there's Protestants.
Yeah.
The birth certificated character is Christian. It's both. It's everything. But it is a diseased character. One last thing I'm going to say about this character, because I know people, I'm the dirty wet blanket everywhere I go. I can't say that enough. Understand this. Je suis is French for I am. You eliminate the I out of je suis and you get Jesus. Jesus is a dead body. Jesus is a dead body. Jesus is devoid of presence. Your presence. Here's why. In the Bible, Jesus always claimed the I am position. What happens when you sacrifice I am? What is I am? I am is your own presence. So by agreeing to sacrifice I am, je suis, you end up with Jesus. Jesus is the sacrifice of your own presence. When you accept Jesus, you accept the sacrifice of the I am and your presence. You're no longer present. The decedent to state evidences a non-presence. Think about how crazy this is. They got billions of people to agree to die to the present. How'd they do it? They pretended that some other character, some guy 2,000 years ago died calling himself Jesus. If you agree that it's okay for somebody to die in your stead, then it doesn't matter who it is. In fact, if it doesn't matter who it is, why not you? That's what they got people to agree to. They got people to agree to self-sacrifice. That's everyone that has claimed je suis minus the I. Everybody claiming that position has already accepted the loss of their own presence. But they don't get that. They don't get it. They think that somebody died for them. They don't realize they died. And now they're waiting for somebody to give back the piece of them that makes them whole again, which brings them back to life. Revitalize. They might even call it a revival. You were revived by the reconnection. what I'm getting at is Luke 5:31, they that are whole need not a physician. Out of Jesus's own mouth, he says, they that are whole need not a physician, and physicians are healers, and Jesus was a healer. And he's saying, you do not need me when you're whole, because you and me are one and the same. In the First Amendment of the Constitution, the 1789 Constitution, it talks about the right of the people to peaceably assemble. All that is having knowledge of your godly origin, which is fertilization. When I know fertilization is my godly origin, all present and accounted for from fertilization to last breath, that's me peaceably assembling. I'm not going to war. That's my First Amendment right to peaceably assemble. That's why I'm a pacifist. Because I already have the knowledge of being whole, and whole means I don't need administrative process, which is war, commercial war. Because Jesus even says I don't need Jesus at Luke 5:31. By the way, one last thing about that. I think it's Luke 5:30 where Jesus is saying, no, I'm only here for the publicans and the sinners. Publicans are tax collectors, Jewish tax collectors. That's the birth certificated person. You're collecting taxes. You're not a taxpayer. You're a tax collector. You're collecting taxes for somebody. And sinners are nothing more. You look up the word debt, and it's going to add number 6 or whatever. It'll say sin, and sin equals debt. If you're whole from the beginning, there's no debt. There's no debt. So again, once you understand the biology of your existence, there's no fault, there's no break, there's no need for anybody's help or assistance. You don't need to be administered to. All of this nonsensical stuff. Again, I don't have an answer for, well, what do we do? I don't have an answer. You either know the truth or you do not. Either you stand on the truth or you do not. If you're spineless and you're a coward and you're yellow, wave the yellow flag, the quarantine flag. That's the birth certificated person.
That was also like Q, wasn't it? The Q.
I can't. Yeah, Q is the same thing. You got all these idiots out there that are dealing with the letter Q. Well, Q has the answer. Q is quarantine. I mean, I'm laughing myself at what they're doing, and they're getting people to follow this shit. I struggle every day with getting information out, and somebody comes up with the idea of Q, and there's 10 million people watching it.
Yeah.
Or somebody has some yellow sticker that they're pretending evidence is this, when in fact it evidence is quarantine.
Right.
It's a joke. It's a joke.
I've got oh, so there's
tragedy or comedy.
Yeah. So perfect fucking shout for the name of the call, because it's both.
I love it. It's
Yeah.
both. It can be either. It can be a comedy or it can be tragedy. Pick one.
Listen, we've got there's loads of people obviously listening in there, but they're all muted, but I haven't seen anyone in the chat, so I don't know whether they've got the chat enabled on them. If they want to come in, because I said I wanted to do a sort of interactive, and obviously to allow other people to come in and ask some questions. So it'd be a good time to perhaps turn it up to a bit of a Q&A. So if anyone's got any questions after they've listened to all this, so anything to put out there, because it's going to be beneficial for them and I imagine. So if I know there's I know John wanted to ask a question, and Darren's put his hand up. If there's anyone else that's in the room that wants to go to their messages, click on the messages on the Zoom, and if there's anyone that wants to ask a question, just stick your hand up and I can unmute you, and you can join in. So yeah, I'll pass it if that's right with you, Kurt. We've got Darren first. You there, Darren? Can you hear me? No? That's off. John, do you put your hand up?
It's
Go on, mate.
yes, good to be back. Well, sorry about that impromptu departure earlier. 4-year-old boys and fireworks don't tend to go well together at bedtime. So anyway, back I've been listening for a while, but I kind of lost my thread where I was going to go anyway. What I wanted to say was that, you know, people need to get this. I get it. It's habitual. You've got to get this thing out of your mind that it's my birth certificate and that they're calling me to court, because that's never the case. And I can actually prove it within the UK legislation as well. There was an act passed in 1840 called the non-parochial Registration Act, and they actually tell you in that act that they're going to use that birth certificate character as evidence in courts of law. But what they were also saying in that was they were going to give you notice that they were doing it. And I thought, well, they don't do that anymore. And then I realised that when you get that title, that is the notice. So the thing is, it's if they're calling that into court, it's probably already too late. And this is what people have got to understand. You've got to get on the front end of this, and you've got to start dismantling the presumptions that are made that link their paperwork to you, so that they can't get that body attachment, because that's all they're doing. They're just going to get body attachment, whether you show up, whether you don't show up. So I mean, that's why I set that group up as well. I think there's nearly 100 people on there now, and it's only Nita and another lady from Australia, Tracy, that they're really bothered to do anything with it. So, and this is the reality, that a lot of people are going to think they know this stuff, and they're not really going to follow through with it. And that's fine, because not everyone can deal with this. It really is. It's only for those people who know who they are and they have self-confidence. And it's going to take you a good bit of time to get there if you're not there at the moment. It's taken me years. So yeah, that's all I've got really at the moment. There was other stuff I wanted to go into, but I think for this call, you know, because I've got a few years on the people listening, so I don't really want to go too deep. I think going through the biological process at the moment is the main thing. Until people get that, there's not really any point in digging deeper into the details. So that's me, Tobe.
Yeah, so if you can go in the chat, if you can just put a link to the page and stick it in the chat, and I'll certainly share.
Yeah, let me see if I can get it open. I think I've already got it on my feed on Facebook. Yeah, I'll bang it up there in a minute. So if you want to crack on with somebody else.
Yeah, nice.
Well, let me say one thing about that. Thanks. That was John, right? John?
Yeah, that was me.
Let me say something weird about this. You guys are listening to the ultimate procrastinator of all time. I'm not joking. Growing up, there was an old saying. What is it? Don't put off today what you can put off tomorrow.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. Well, that was me. I didn't want to do anything. Don't make me do anything. Now I realize the only way to do anything is to stay on top of it. Do you realize that tomorrow is today when it comes here? So when can you do anything? Today. So when I know I have to stop and get bread or groceries or something, I don't want to do it, but I realize I'm going to have to do it at some point. Well, this is the same thing. I mean, finding out somebody put this paperwork in or put something like this in and then shows up in court, that tells me that they don't know what they're doing. And it's the same thing. This is all preemptive. When you write these letters and let people know that you know, are you getting out of something? No, you're stopping it from happening.
Yeah, and that's what I'm getting at. It's about because
losing there, John. It's going distant.
Oh, okay. It's probably fireworks again. But the word I like using, it's a priori. A priori. It's that which is prior to it comes first. And once you're in that position, everything they do is it's irrelevant. But you've got to get into that position to make that argument, to express that position.
Standing.
Yeah, go on.
Yeah, no, standing. You establish your standing.
You need the locus standi, exactly.
Yeah.
And actually, let me before I the word standing or status, that is the chosen action or shows in action. That is it. It's the incorporeal. What's the word I'm looking for? I was going to say heredity. It's not that. It's the
Heirloom?
in REM. It's the in REM action. That's what it is. But I don't want to go too deep on that because I know it's going to lose a lot of people.
Cool.
Yeah, that's it. When you know what you know, it's hard to choose the words that make sense, because I remember when I began this journey 15 years ago, I knew nothing. Zero. So starting from zero to get to this point is crazy, but understand that I could care less now about all the details of the Uniform Commercial Code or all of that patriot nonsense. The 14th Amendment is a complete waste of time. I mean, I broke the 14th Amendment down a long time ago, but even then I still had a belief system. Now I know. In fact, I mean, for those of you that understand, the 14th Amendment is considered the U.S. citizen, small c citizen, that is a franchise of the corporation. Well, let me do something I found the other day, and this is after 15 years. So you people that think that, hey, I just want to know this and get it over with, it doesn't work that way, because they got a head start like by 6,000 years on us. So, we need to understand this, but I'm going to just go to the 14th Amendment for a second, and I'm going to show you something. And this is real world stuff. This is when you have the eyes to see. I'm just going to pull up 14th Amendment at Wiki or whatever. It doesn't matter. 14th Amendment is the citizenship from the civil CIVIL war. Civil is the Roman war. That's when Rome took over the United States back in the 1860s. So I'm going to go to the 14th Amendment, and they got their civil rights character in there. Civil rights is the Roman rights. But here's what I'm going to read. Section 1, all persons born, blah, blah, blah. Section 2, representatives shall be, blah, blah, blah. Section 3, no person shall be a blah, blah, blah. But look at this. Section 4. The validity of the public debt of the United States, comma, authorized by law, comma, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties for services in suppressing insurrection or rebellion, comma, shall not be questioned. There's the public debt right there, but look what it says. The validity of public debt of the United States authorized by law, including debts. What is that, John, if you're still here, what is that Latin phrase about inclusion? Something, either it's included or it's not. If it's not named.
Inclusio expresso unius. In other words, the expression of one is the exclusion of the ulterior.
Right. The expression of one thing is the exclusion of another. So if it's named, it's included. If it's not named, it's not included, right?
Precisely.
So look what Section 4 says. The validity of the public debt of the United States, comma, authorized by law, comma, here it is, including debts incurred for payment of pensions and bounties. That's it. That's the only reason they're collecting. Yeah. So the public debt is for the payment of pensions and bounties in suppression or in insurrection and rebellion. What I'm getting at is the debts is only for pensions and bounties.
Well, pensions, that's sort of sounding like it's covering the insurance aspect of their scheme. And bounty, well, that sounds like what they're doing with the admiralty procedure.
With the bounty hunter is actually looking, it's a mutiny over the bounty.
Yeah, mutiny, exactly. That's the word.
It's a mutiny over the bounty, but what's the bounty? The bounty is the motherland, and the motherland's the accretion. So
like to refer to it as naval warfare.
And it's the shows in action. It's the thing in action, which is the bundle of rights.
Well, I think it was Tracy. I think it's Tracy from Oz just asked the question that if we have the chosen possession, that's that's a wrong presumption from the beginning. I think what she was trying to say was that if there is a shows in possession, and we've already gone through this, then there cannot be a shows in action. It's one or the other. But the reality is neither. Once you have that whole position, their kind of claim that there's something to act upon, it's no longer there. So it's not that you're the shows in possession, you have the subject matter of that shows in possession, and which means that their claim disappears because that composition is no longer there. If that makes sense.
The tertium quid doesn't exist. The
Tertium
third party,
quid,
third
thank you.
person does not
Sorry.
exist. Okay, here's a fun one though. So think about this. So we're coming out. We're trying to get out of the womb. I'm hanging on the wall of mom. I'm hanging on the uterine wall by my umbilical cord, and then the umbilical cord allows me, by its extension, it extends me out beyond the motherland, or out beyond my mom's biology. I'm now outside the womb, but only because of my umbilical cord extending. That crossover, the crossing of the motherland, is my land, is a right of way in nature. In nature, has nothing to do with men. It's a right of way in nature. But here's what's interesting, is that when you want, are we still here?
Sure, mate.
I'm still here. Yeah.
I don't know. There's like somebody ringing or something.
Come
Might
on,
be.
an iPhone, brothers.
Anyway, this is the best part. The right of way is between me and mom. Now, I don't own mom's biology, and I have distinguished my biology from mom's biology. You know, I know that the uterine sister, i.e. the daughter, or my mom's 46 chromosome. See, here's what people don't understand. The placenta. This is really a weird thing because my biology is 46 chromosomes. That's the fetal biology. And mom's remaining biology, that's still part of the maternal part of the placenta, is 46 chromosomes. That's 92 chromosomes. Yeah. But here's what's weird. So we both come out of the same womb. The fetal biology comes out of the womb. That's out of my mom's womb. But then the maternal part of the born alive maternal biology also comes out of the womb. That's my mom's own biology, but it's still considered born alive. Here's what's interesting. My parents are my mom and dad. What are the parents of the maternal afterbirth? Who's the parents of the maternal afterbirth?
Oh, I remember you going through this before, and we ended up with, I think it was a grandfather, something really absurd.
Right, her mom and dad.
Yeah, because it's matrilineal.
It's matrilineal. So you got her, the parent of the born alive child, the daughter or the uterine sister, is the father of that material, is my grandpa.
That's like, and it's almost like the inversion of descent, isn't it? What do they call it? What's the opposite to descent when it goes the other way? When it goes back?
Ascent or ascension?
Yeah, ascent. I think that's actually what they call it.
But here's why I brought up the right of way. It's because you go down to 3C at Webster's Online, it says the right to take precedence over others. That's your first in time, John.
Yeah, first in line, first in time. Quite.
And there it says the right to take precedence over others. And so I'm just going to go to precedence. By the way, this is probably what I enjoy most. It says priority of importance. Antecedent, by the way, maybe that's the word you were thinking of.
I do use that term. Yeah, I like that term more.
But priority of importance, it says the fact of coming or occurring earlier in time, but it says priority, the right of importance. Understand your sovereignty and crown begins at fertilization. Your sovereignty takes precedence in your own land. And you have a right of way over the motherland. What's really weird about when I started seeing this stuff, it got a little scary because I realized that the birth certificated person is almost the Nazi from the fatherland. When you look at the Department of Homeland Security here, you got Homeland Security, but then you have the Americas, which is the motherland. So now, am I looking at the fatherland versus the motherland? Am I looking at You know what I mean? The
Yep.
the idea of the fatherland, Sieg Heil, you know, and all of that nonsense over the motherland. And this is where it gets kind of scary, is if you allow the split, the cutting of the umbilical to stand, you have these literally these factions that are potential. But what I really want to do is just say, no, let's stick with the biology, because that's the truth of the matter. And you undo all of these fictional ideas really fast when you stick with the bio. By the way, in a courtroom, they're dealing with fictions. And I think maybe I'm trying to think of what's the best quote ever regarding fiction and the birth certificate, since we're talking a lot about the birth certificate today. Who was
Veritati?
yeah, but I mean, who was I think he was a British jurist.
Oh, Blackstone.
Blackstone. Let me look up Blackstone real quick, because this is probably the best ever.
This is the thing. Blackstone spelt this stuff out 300 years ago, but people just don't get it. They read it and think, they start going on about all the bullshit that these common law dudes are going on about. Yeah, the monarch is the trustee of my land and all this crap. And that's not what Blackstone was saying. I mean, his discussion on what was it, in ventre sumer, that's another thing worth people reading, because that word itself, the ventre, it's loosely translated as womb, but I think it means something much more specific, much more precise.
It might even mean 6 feet under.
yeah.
Buried in the motherland. But anyway, Blackstone, this is probably the greatest quote ever regarding the birth certificate. And since we've talked a lot about the birth certificate, listen to what he says. And this is out of Blackstone Commentaries, 21st edition. It says, "No fiction shall extend to work an injury."
Yeah, that's the one.
Its proper operation being to prevent a mischief or remedy an inconvenience which might result from the general rule of law. The general rule of law is the cut.
Yeah, because
it's the general rule, yeah. And it says prevent a mischief or remedy an inconvenience, but it says it can't extend to work an injury. It can't create the injury, which it does.
Yeah, well, that's what they're doing in the administrative courts. I mean, because without that, they're out of business.
No, but that's why laying claim to a birthday. I mean, the very first thing that has to stop is admitting to a birthday. What's really strange
can do with this, just to check out whether or not they think this is going to fly, is just with like the patient aspect of it. And I did this. I started contacting like the general practitioners of they call them surgeries, GP surgeries over here, and a dentist. And I said, look, this date of birth, it's got nothing to do with me, and I'm not going to give credence to it anymore. And whereas I used to get like notified every so many months, your appointment, your checkup, these guys don't want to talk to me anymore at all. And that really tells you something in and of itself, because once they know that they're dealing with an act of God, there is no insurance. If these people hurt you, they're on the line. There is no insurance.
Acts of God are uninsurable.
Yeah. So people can prove this very, very easily and very simply just by doing that.
And you know what's really interesting, though, is because they designed this system based upon the bundle of rights, which is part of your biology.
Yep.
They got to be careful, because realistically, everything is the living man's property. There is, if we were smart, all of the living people have a mechanics lien against all the property in the world, because everything created by the living is right now being held in this decedent estate trust, or this In God We Trust, or this global public trust, whatever. But yeah, since we have never been paid, none of us living today have ever been paid. We've been using these fiat currency notes. Well, since we've never been paid, we're still waiting to be paid. So all the work we've ever performed has gone unpaid, which means we have a mechanics lien against everything we've ever done. Imagine a mechanics lien from every living person against everything created since we've been alive, our parents have been alive, since nobody's been paid. That's everything since at least 1933.
At least
over there, it might be from 1666. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, the other way I also kind of view this is, I mean, that's absolutely, I get what you're saying. But when you think of the value of the vessel that we arrived in, I mean, you really think, because we're not here without it, right? How can you can't put a value to it, can you? Because the value's unlimited. I mean, how can you put a price on that? And they refer to it in legislation in various ways. I've seen it referred to as the baggage, the container, and I think I've shared these things with you in the past in like inland revenue legislation. But it's unlimited. So if they really want to keep on, thrashing this dead horse, I mean, it reverts back to ex injuria jus non oritur. Do you want to see the evidence? Well, it's right there. It's right there with a belly button.
Yeah, I love that.
They want to keep on pushing this. That's the ultimate get out. Because look, if these guys aren't going to leave it alone, then let's just go back to that. And what's that worth? What's that damage worth? What's that what's that proof of sovereignty which they've been misusing in trust? What's that worth? Maybe that's why the Treasury need to know about it.
Well, what's really interesting, the Treasury here was based upon the Bureau of Land Management, BLM. And the Bureau of Land Management is, again, where the bodies fall. They fall to the ground. And wherever the bodies fall, I'm talking about the afterbirth material, wherever it falls is that material you just spoke of, which is Haslam versus Lockwood. If the owner doesn't claim it, then the value of that fallen angel or fallen man stays where it's at. And I'm pretty sure that the Bureau of Land Management, I mean, look who else is involved in that. You got all the park system here, and all the park systems are all the cemeteries. So all of the dead biology, or the presumably dead people that have yet to claim their lives and all the energy of their life through expilatio or some other legal term, it's all sitting there waiting to be claimed, but I don't think we need to claim it. That's my point. I'm already here. I've been here forever. I've never been missing. I've never been dead. So where's all of my property?
Yeah. I mean, do you remember what Bill was saying? It's not so much the fact of claiming it, it's the lack of evidence that one is exercising that position, that they're taking that lack of evidence as agreement, essentially, to what's the word I'm looking to forego, or to
forbearance.
Say again.
Forbearance.
Yeah, I think that's the word, isn't it?
You forbear. Yeah, you
basically let it slide into the hands of somebody else that will then have to create a trust. But it's by the conduct. That was what it was, wasn't it? It was the conduct. So it's the omission or the absence of evidence that one is, exercising that authority or that capacity that they're kind of acting on, and that goes back to what they say as the shows in action. It can actually be the status itself, because it's now in action. It's up to grabs, because you're not, if you're not in possession of that status, i.e. you're evidencing possession of it, then it must be in action. So it kind of goes full circle, doesn't it? It goes back to the same thing.
What's interesting, though, is even the shows in action or possession is still predicated upon the fetal-maternal combination of biologies. Yeah. And when you identify yours as a separate biology from that rock upon which Peter built his church, when you separate yourself out, it doesn't exist. And then you turn around and say, yes, but I still have a natural right of way over that ground or that land from mom. So now they got this thing that evidences you and mom, and now you're evidencing your natural right of way over it. It's not a show, is because it's not a thing, because it's not a combination of elements. So you've removed all of their legality and even the thing itself from reality. You've removed it. It doesn't exist, but you're still evidencing a right of way over it because it's a natural right of way by extension of the umbilical cord and whatever. And nature will prove you out, meaning that I was in mom, I crossed over mom's land. There's no man in there. There's no legislator in there that is giving me a pass to go through this gate or this stargate or whatever words you want to use for the vagina. The point is it's only me and mom. There is no third party or third person here. So what are you guys doing? And what kind of trickery are you trying to pass off here as legitimate?
Yeah, and I think the other thing is like, because saying a right of way, I mean, I was tempted to use the word easement, which I guess could kind of, it fits.
Yeah, easement's different though. That's almost an agreement. A right of way is, you're talking about a precedent. Yeah, I mean, there's nobody but you
already there. Yeah, it's a priori, and that's the point. So even if the Roman pontiff is competing for that right of way on the accretion, our a priori genesis is always going to trump that claim. And it's not, I mean, it's not genuine claim anyway, but it's there. It's been there for long enough, the 10th century or whenever Unum Sanctum was.
I'd go straight to Genesis 2:2. You know,
Yeah,
me and God rested on that day. That's the day we rested. It's implantation.
Rested.
I mean, that's a priori, if anything is.
Yeah. Rested as well, but where did it rest?
Yeah, we rested on that accretion. And what's interesting is that I existed prior to that. So any of their nonsensical creations, and I'm talking about that bundle of rights. I haven't used this word yet today, but the bundle of rights, the combination of you and mom's biology and the placenta that gives rise to the birth certificated character. What's really nutty is that it's that bundle of rights. Think about a bundle being things bound together. That bondage, that's the social contract with the rest of the world. That's the social contract, meaning that if you accept the birth certificated bundle of rights, you have a social contract with your neighbor and your neighbor's neighbor and your neighbor's neighbor's neighbor. So you're bound to all these people in this public through this social contract. But in fact, there is no contract because there is no bundle, because there's only me and a right of way.
They call it the body corporate, or and that's actually how in the Interpretation Act, how they define their artificial person as a.
Well, that might be the juridical person.
I think they call it. They refer to it as a member. I mean, you could equally say it's an organ, where what they're doing is they're aggregating all the organs or all the members into one body, and then there's your Jesuit. What's the Jesuit maxim?
Parende a cadaver.
Parende a cadaver. There it is. I mean, that's it right there. But people don't see it. But it is. It's what they're taking. It's not even the organ. It's what the organ evidence is. Once that's gone, then they have that. They have the shows in action. They can aggregate it into one body, into one trust, and they put a title to it, and that's all they've got to do is call it out. You were talking about land as well. I wanted to get something in here before I forget, because what they use is they use the plural for the word land. They refer to it as lands, and the way they do it is they start off with a premise of lands, and then they above that they put tenements, and then above that they put hereditaments. But when you go into lands, I couldn't find any definitions for it anywhere, and I actually found it. It's in the UK, it's the 1833 Inheritance Act, and it's in section 1. Actually, it's not that big. It's in a couple of sections in there, so it's easy to find. I'll put it in the chat anyway. But they actually define it and it's got the bundle of rights that you're talking about in here. You know, it's pretty wide, like a wide brush way that they've described it. That's exactly what they're saying. It's a bundle of rights. I can read it out, but it's a bit long-winded. I'll put it in the chat.
Okay. Can you send that to me directly too, John?
Yeah, I will. I think I may have done, but I will do it. I'll put it out as well, second time. Yeah, I think what was the word I was looking at? They call it they say here, so they talk about chattels, and they call them chattels real, which is like, that's the composition as well, where they're sort of trying to merge chattels and you know, the fixed quality of land. So they say it's also to any share of the same hereditaments and properties or any of them, and to any estate of inheritance or estate for any life or lives or other estate transmissible to heirs, and to any possibility, right or title of entry or action, and any other interest capable of being inherited, and whether the same estates, possibilities, rights, titles, and interests, or any of them, shall be in possession, reversion, remainder, or contingency. So you've got all of that there, and it could be any one of those. So you can see how many options they've got with that when they use the term land. So that's something, you know, worth thinking about for the people listening.
Yeah, and if I remember, I mean, one thing that always caught my eye was the word appurtenance.
Appurtenance, yeah.
Yeah, and that's an immovable upon the land. When you look at the house of Kallenbach, let's say that's the fetal, that's the original fetal material. My dad being Kallenbach, and the Kallenbach, the early Kallenbach biology that is still attached to the motherland. That's an appurtenance upon that land. So you got this house on this island, so to speak. I think, who was it? Genesis, Home by the Sea. Remember that song?
That was a classic.
Yeah, I love that song, but I never knew why until years later. I found out, you know, like 30 years later, 40 years later. But that's the water rights, or the land that butts up to the water, which is riparian. It's called riparian lands, and that's what we have here. We got water rights, and our house on ground, riparian ground, and that's how admiralty law is getting in. But it's all, again, let's remember, this is biology that doesn't exist anymore for us, meaning that it's only the infant biology that has this bond, this connection to mother and connection to that watery realm. I'm not there anymore. I'm not in the womb. I'm not in the waters of mother. And so it really doesn't apply. Why doesn't it apply? Because I evolved beyond it. So I have to accept evolutionary process in order to even move beyond the infancy. But anybody that believes in certain things that, no, evolution's not good, Kurt, it's not real. Well, now I'm stuck back there as an infant, mentally and physically, actually. And I'm subjecting myself to the 365-day annual pilgrimage back to infancy by claiming the birth certificated character. I can't get away from infancy ever in their world by claiming that birth date.
Interesting, because even the statement itself, or the conviction in that date of birth, it does evidence infancy within itself. I mean, it's an infantile. It's just, you know, they can already get you incapacitated on that statement in itself, I think.
Well, even the Bible says, when I was a child, I spake as a child. But then I became a man and I got to let go of childish things being the shows.
I love it. Yeah.
And so, I mean, again, I'm not a religious guy, but I use the Bible extensively because it actually proves my point. And I used to actually teach at a Lutheran church. I know it's hard for people to believe, but
Yeah, I remember you mentioning that years ago.
hey, I loved it because it made me feel good for a while until I realized I was lying to these kids and misleading them. But it doesn't mean I wish, and I mean this sincerely, I wish there was such a place where I could go. And the truth was there. I wish there really was such a place, because you feel pretty naked out here, don't you, John?
It's a lonely place. Well,
It's a yeah.
It's not as lonely now. It's not as lonely now, but I mean, I felt years back when I was listening to your stuff, I felt like, well, certainly over this side of the sea, I felt like I was like the only one that got this stuff. And it was a lonely place. I mean, I took a lot of abuse. I took a lot of shit from people for speaking this. And now people are starting to get it, and it's contagious.
Yeah, great.
I'm gonna jump out anyway because I need to get to the watch. So if you want to carry on flowing, I think there's other people that want to get on. So I'll be back shortly. That's all right.
Yeah, brilliant. Nice one, John.
Thanks, Toad. Cheers, Kurt.
Yeah, it was
Cheers.
Yeah, Hassan was putting his hand up, and I was unmuting, and it's not muted, so I don't know where he's. There we go.
How's it going, mate? You good, yeah?
Yeah, brilliant.
Yeah, Kurt, how you doing? I'm the guy that's emailing you to have a chat with you.
All right, man. I get to talk to you.
Yeah, I managed to jump on. One of the guys nicely put a link on, but without trying to take the conversation in a completely different direction, what do you think of if somebody changed the name to just a Christian name through the courts and stuff like that? Do you think that would like constitute as not having a legal name?
First of all, it's not the name's not the problem.
Okay.
It really isn't. And think about this: if the root of the problem is poison, if the birth certificated name is the poison, what can you change from the poison that's not poisonous?
I get what you're saying, that if you're changing from the birth certificated name to just a Christian name, you're just saying you're that character, but you want to be known by one name. What I'm talking about is sort of destroying the birth certificate by stating that that's not you and you don't have a name. So you're trying to get a name then given to yourself, but just a Christ name.
Well, I know that in my situation, the name you're looking for is a Christian name.
Yeah.
And I honestly, I don't think that matters. And again, what I mean is that if I stand on reality, all present and accounted for, from fertilization to last breath, let me explain how weird this is. In the newspaper, they call it a birth announcement back in 1960. The birth announcement heading, or the caption to the heading of the birth announcement, said Kurtis Kallenbach. That was the caption. The text of the birth announcement said, Mr. and Mrs. Richard Kallenbach announced the birth of a son, comma, Kurtis Richard, comma. There is no Kurtis Richard Kallenbach. But it said the birth of a son. So the name of the son, according to the birth announcement, is Kurtis Richard. Now, when I look up nomen, Nomen, nomenclature or nomen in civil law and or in Roman law, when you look up how names are created, actual names, you'll realize that each position means something. So a first name, a second name, a third name, a fourth name, all the way down. What I recognize, or even in Black's law, what they say is the Christian name is the baptismal name. That's the Christian name according to Black's law. I don't know what, I mean, I've deduced that there's the given name. My family name is Kurtis. So the name within my own family that they know me different from my brother Conrad or Kyle or Christy or Kelly or Carrie or any of the other K's in my family. My family name, a lot of people would say, well, that's Kallenbach. Well, that's a surname. But the name in my own family is Kurtis. So when my mom yelled Kurtis, the other 5 kids never turned their head. It was me. So in my family, I was known as Kurtis. What is Richard? If my name in my family was Kurtis, then what the heck is Richard? Well, Richard is considered the baptismal name. In Black's Law, they dance around it a lot, and they call it a baptismal name. But when you look up Christian name, the definition of Christian name is the baptismal name, which in my case would be Richard. Now that's the water-based or blood name of the human remains or the afterbirth material, which is the Richard aspect. It's also known as the earlier version. If you think about it, it's the initial time. It's the initial time in the womb. It's the time in the womb that's left back there as the waste material, or presumably wasted, or forsaken material. Well, that's Richard. So I'm out here as Kurtis. The material that was cut off of me, the fetal material, is Richard. That's the baptismal. That's the name offered as the blood sacrifice. That's the baptismal version of me, Richard. It was connected to a piece of mom, which is, she was known as the handmaiden. The handmaiden of Jesus is the uterine wall. So the piece of me that was still attached to the uterine wall, the handmaiden of Jesus, is Mary. So you got the afterbirth fetal property, Jesus, and you have the afterbirth maternal property, the handmaiden, Mary. Jesus and Mary is the placenta. The dot that I discovered is also the dowry, or the maternal part of the placenta. So when I look at Kurtis R. dot, that has everything that evidences life, all of my life, up to the fiction Kallenbach. I know is 100% accurate. It includes all of the biology, including the right of way over my mom's property. Here's what's interesting. There was an English show, Downton Abbey, that played over here. Downton Abbey. What was interesting about Downton Abbey is that the man of the house, the guy that ran the house, he relied on his wife's money to support him. His wife was an American woman. Isn't that interesting? So he's got this Abbey, Downton Abbey, and he's the man of the house, the husband, the house bond man, husband. But it was an American woman's money that allowed him to keep that house. Does that, I mean, that's a weird thought to me. I think that's the way it is all over the world because of these corporations. I think that we are stuck with this American woman, which is the Americas, or the ground under the house. And since every country has been incorporated in Delaware, then it all comes back here, the corporate part. What I understand your question is about, how do I identify myself in this manner? I don't think the name matters. What I mean by that is, if you identify the truth of the matter, going back to fertilization, that includes everything. You don't even have to make a statement. You don't ever have to identify yourself. Let them pretend that they can identify you. I mean, imagine this. If you got pulled over and somebody says, well, what's your name? Well, excuse me, but there's a presumption that you have authority over me, and the only way you can have that presumption is by you knowing who you're talking to. So my question to you is, what is my name? Think about that. There's a presumption when you get stopped by a cop or somebody that they have jurisdiction over you, but the only way they can have that presumption is to know who you are. They can't know you or not know you and stop you. The presumption is that they know who you are. So in my world, they would have to identify me, because and they would have to say who it is that they have jurisdiction over. Now, I know they don't have any jurisdiction over me, but I'm curious now as to how the presumption of jurisdiction or authority comes into play, because they would already have to know who they're dealing with in order to presume to have jurisdiction or authority. So who am I? Yeah, according to you.
Can I just come in there? Sorry, can I come in? Because I want to come in with your ideas basically on what I'm basically saying. So Jesus said, the ones who are of flesh are of flesh, and the ones who are of spirit are of spirit. with the birth certificate, it's for the flesh. They've got a date. As you know, I'm not trying to teach you anything. I'm just going over it. They basically got a date, a Gregorian calendar of when that was born. And that's off the flesh. Now, as you say that when we came into existence, we don't have a date. We came in like the wind, the awareness came into that zygote, maybe when the heart was beating and the mother passed on the oxygen from the placenta. So we're like the wind. So I think what they're giving us in Bible code is they're giving us a spot, like the Monopoly board that we're using the pieces, which is our names. I think they're saying that there's another option you can have, which is the Christ name, because Christ said, only in my name will you be saved. And, with Christ, you've got the grace of God. You've mentioned about the grace of God. And, we don't want that blood money of the placenta. And with Jesus as well, he went to these mystery schools, I think, as you've mentioned. And then he obviously learned that, the father was the zygote. I think I'm alluding to what you said without going into much detail. So that's why I feel that they're giving you an option. And when you make that statement, you're actually making a state of your mentality. And if you're telling them that I know about the zygote and I don't want a legal name because I want to be with Christ in the grace of God, that's the sort of angle I'm playing at. Now, when I've gone to the Royal Courts of Justice and I've called them and I said, look, I only want a Christian name, they've told me straight away, we're going to reject your application and we're going to send it to a higher court. So I've done a bit of research and it actually goes to the Supreme Court, and that's sort of heard by the Lords, and they only have one name, all these Lords. So there's a lot that I want to say, but I don't want to take up too much time, and I actually want to be prepared before I spoke to you.
I need to ask something.
Right
at the beginning of what you were identifying, you said there were two positions. What are they again? According to the Bible, according to Jesus, what are they?
There's going to be the sinner and
no. You said spirit and flesh.
Spirit and flesh.
What did you say right up front?
Yeah.
Tell me what you said right up front.
The ones who are of spirit are of spirit. The ones who are of flesh are of flesh.
Okay, look at this, and understand that the afterbirth material is the flesh.
Of course.
Okay, so and that's the birth certificate, but it is a combination of your flesh and mom's flesh.
Yep.
Okay, so but it is the flesh. But here's what's interesting. The character, the afterbirth flesh that dies, why does it die?
To give birth, to give you life, or
no. Why? No, I'm talking biologically. Why does that biology die? So you got a piece of flesh that gets a title, Kurtis Richard Kallenbach.
Okay.
Why does it die?
They need it to die so that they can have a deceased estate.
No, but why does it die?
Because
this is your answer. This is your answer. This is your answer. If you understand that the birth certificated biology, even it's some of me and some of mom, I got that. But it is of the flesh. What is it missing? Why does it die? Which is what? It's breath.
Breath.
It's the breath. Okay, so where's the breath located?
Within us.
Right now.
Yeah.
Me, right now, this same biology has the spirit or the breath in it. Does the other piece of me have the breath in it?
No.
No, but what if it's whole? What if it's whole? What if I don't forget about that piece of me or forsake it? Does it have the breath?
It does. And Christ said he's one with the Father. So did he make himself one with that sort of separation?
I and my Father are one. Yes, by not forgetting about that piece of me, I'm one. And now the breath that I have in the present moment is the breath that I have in all of my biology. It's not dead.
I totally get that. So with the surname, are they not saying that we've been separated? I totally get that you've got the first, the middle name, and the surname. Are they
No,
I
got to fix you. There is no middle name when there's a period.
Sorry. The second name, or the one, that's not the middle because of the period. I get that. Yeah.
Okay, but the period separates it into two sides. There is no middle when there's a period, and I can't obviously let the word middle go. I can't.
Yeah, sorry.
There is no middle. Okay, we're good.
Okay. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, you're welcome. Dirty wet blanket at your
No,
service.
appreciate it.
So keep going, because I think this was your answer. When
So-
you know that Curtis Richard by
Mhm.
itself is the flesh and the spirit,
Okay.
and then they allow Richard, which is the Christian name, by the way, they allow it to be reduced to a single letter. Go to Black's Law and look up Christian name. It'll say baptismal name. Then you go to legal name and you realize the baptismal name is that second name, what they call the middle name. When it's reduced to a single letter, mine, Richard, becomes R. And then by knowing that the period is required after that initial, you realize that Kurtis R period evidences the body and the spirit.
Okay.
And the right of way over the motherland to get out of her. So now I'm not even in her anymore, subject to her plagues, if you see where I'm going with this. If I only had to sign one way, I could get rid of Kallenbach altogether. I could sign it Kurtis R period. And
Okay.
I could probably be okay. The problem with that is I believe Kallenbach after the period evidences the legitimacy
Okay.
of the zygote. So now I got me,
Okay.
the
Fantastic.
breath,
Yep.
the right of way, and my father's name, all there.
Fantastic, fantastic. I don't want to cut you off at all, but this is what I'm getting at. You see, in the movies, they give you sort of entrainment, and in the Superman movies, he gets his power when he meets Jor-El, his father, and then he becomes Superman. And then later on, he loses his power the same way we do. We lose our divinity, and then he goes back. When he becomes one with the father becomes one with the son, and the son becomes one with the father. He gets his power back. The same thing happens with Thor. The Odin, he strips Thor of his power because he sees him as a child. So he takes his cape off him and says, I take away your title. You're not worthy of these realms. You're not worthy. And then he says, I take away my father's name and his father's name away from you, and his armament disappears, and he says, I take away your power, and he takes away his hammer. I think they're basically playing out the sort of power of the zygote and the son, and he also has a brother called Loki in there. I'm not going to go into all these movies and stuff like that, but in the
Do you
Batman
know
movies,
what the
it's
cape
fantastic.
is?
Yeah,
Do
the
you know
cape
what
is the thread. The thread. You mentioned the threads, yeah?
But the cape is also the cowl, or it's and it's always red, which is I mean, like Superman's cape is red, obviously, but I
Yeah.
mean, the cape is actually the maternal part of the placenta.
Yeah, the
So
mixing of the two items, the thread, the mixing of the two DNAs or something, I think you mentioned.
and
before,
one
so-
thing I think people miss about Superman is now when he gets with the father, he's whole, and that's where all his power comes from. But remember, what is it when he's around the piece of him that's separated? What is the
Placenta.
piece?
The
Which is
kryptonite.
which is kryptonite.
Because he comes from inside the mother. Do you know when he leaves Krypton? So I looked up the word Krypton. Krypton means hidden, which is your mother's womb, and that's what they're showing, that he's leaving Krypton. And when he meets Jor-El for the first time in the solitude place, which is his mind, he tells him, "Don't mess with human prehistory because we're not supposed to mess with the Gregorian calendar." But there's a lot we can tidbit about. But the point being is becoming one with the Father. That's why I don't want to lose the Father's name. But I believe that once you take that Christ's name, you're saying that you've become one with the Father, which is the zygote. And I think it all fits together. There's a lot of discussion, a lot more I need to prepare before I talk to you about this. But that's why I feel strongly about this Christian name. And when I've gone to the Enrolled Depot Royal Courts of Justice, which are an admiralty court, they've turned around and said, look, we will reject your application, but we're going to send it to a higher court. Upon investigation, it's a Supreme Court. They used to be the House of Lords. The House of Lords are people who have basically taken one name. So they call Lord the first name or Lord the surname. I think if they're taking the surname, they're becoming one with the Father because they're only taking one name. Now I'm waffling on, but these people, the lords, they actually keep an eye on the government. So they don't make policies and stuff like that, but any legislation, stuff like that, they get to keep an eye on it. It's just sort of guardians, as if they've taken sort of Christ's name and they're sort of acting out a biblical sort of thing. But again, I'm waffling, but that's why I feel so strongly about it. I think it's a process that's quite easy. I've spoken to a few people, and again, they want me to fill out the enrolled deed poll form to say that this is my birth certificate, this is my name, and I'm changing it. What I'm going to do is, because they're going to reject the application anyway, as they've told me, I'm just going to write to them from my sort of higher court myself. I need to do a bit more research on that. But I'm going to explain to them that, look, you're going to reject the application anyway. I'm not using the birth certificate name because that's not me, because I was born inside my mother's womb. Obviously, my personal statement is going to reflect that I know biological facts, and I'm going to quote Bible, sort of what, you know, Christ said. I don't want to say Jesus, because as you mentioned, Jesus is the fiction, Jesus and Mary. But I think what you've said is Christ is sort of not fictional, and Christ is something within us. So a waffle.
It's the, no, you don't. It's the oil or the salve
Prism.
that heals the wound, and so yeah. But here's what's interesting about all of that is,
so basically, before
look
sorry,
up Black's Law. Go to court, COURT at Black's Law, and probably within the first 5 paragraphs, it's going to say the court is the person and suit of the sovereign. That's the court. What does that mean? With the person and the suit of the sovereign.
They're wearing your placenta threads.
You're yeah, it's you and the right of way across mother's property, which is, so your biology is the person, and the suit is that cape that you see Superman wearing, but it's the combination of these things. That's the bundle. They're calling it a bundle, but the only reason it has power is because that's the system they set up. It's not because, I mean, it really, your sovereignty began at fertilization. It doesn't have anything to do with the maternal part of the afterbirth, but that's the world they created. They said, listen, you're stuck out there, you're floating out there in space until you land. Well, when do you land? Implantation.
So that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to get rid of the fiction by using their sort of Bible, because the law, I've been watching sort of Supreme Court and Royal Courts of Justice sort of videos when they get sworn in, and they're obviously swearing in on the Bible. So if you were using Bible and you were saying you were with Christ, what do you get? You get your dominion. That would melt the placenta, because it's also said that when Christ returns, the Antichrist would melt. And the surname is the Antichrist name, the Christ Mass, this mass that they've built, the public trust that they're using to go to war with everyone. And we're allowing it by being Antichrist. So I think we need to become Christ again. And I think that's why they're going to send it to the Supreme Court, to see the statement of your state, of your mentality. But yeah, becoming one with the Father, I think that's something that might sort of, I mean, so I spoke to you about on the email, and sorry if I'm taking too much of the floor. There's a lot of other people here as well. Sort of hyphenating your first name and your middle name. Your middle name, if it, sorry, I say middle name, I should say second name. It's got a capital letter, for example. So if you lowercase it and you put a hyphen, that makes it into one name. I was thinking of taking the sort of the first name, the second name, and the father's name, hyphenating all of them to make them one name, and having that just as a Christian name. So then the way you sort of say it, you've got the body, you've got the sort of afterbirth placenta, and then you've got the father's name all in one name. The only thing I wouldn't have in there is the period, which obviously you mentioned.
Yeah, I think that, again, discovering all these pieces to equal one whole position, that's the best it's going to get for me. What I mean by that is, I think it is a key that unlocks everything, and it has every element, especially if I decide it does. If it's a recipe, like to bake a cake, and I decide these are the 4 ingredients that is the whole thing. Curtis is this, Richard is this, the period is this, and Kallenbach is this, and I lay it all out. What is there? And especially if it's my authority, if it's my story, I get to tell them what it means. Now there's not, now there's nothing like, and that's, maybe that's what I, and again, no offense, but you're trying to fit into something, a belief that that you need to accommodate. I'm saying that realistically, that, I mean, I don't use Jesus for one reason. That's not my vernacular. That's somebody else's story. I can't even use the word Jesus in my story because that belongs somewhere else. If I use Superman or Clark Kent, you know what I mean? I can't lay claim to any of that story because it's not mine. So
do you see how Superman is called Clark Kent in his normal life and he's just a normal sort of guy, but then he's called Superman, one name, and it becomes Super. Batman has one name and in his normal life he's called Bruce Wayne. You know, all these superheroes, they have sort of a normal name, but then they have a one name. And Christ, did he not also say that Jesus was not his name because that's what the Romans sort of gave him, so he was called Christ? You know, sorry to sort of, you know, interject there, but I just
let me ask you one thing though. So you got Clark Kent,
yeah,
which is actually the common law legal name.
Uh-huh.
And I don't adhere to the common law because I'm not a common man. So I'm not interested in common anything. I don't have anything in common. I'm unique, you know, and I'm peerless. And because of that, I can't legitimize using any of even Kurtis Kallenbach. Here's what's weird about that. Where did Superman go? Where did Clark Kent go to change into Superman?
In a phone booth.
And what does a phone booth imply?
I'm not sure. Connection of
something. Communication.
Yep.
And what is he communicating with? I mean, so you got this. He goes in there and he goes, and by the way, it's red. The phone booth that we always saw him go into is red. So he's ensconced in red, but he's communicating. What's another word for communication?
Talking, parlay.
What? Well, communion.
Communion. Okay.
So he's taking communion. He's actually connecting to his origin,
Right.
and he comes out whole.
Okay.
So when he comes out whole, and this is pretty fun stuff to talk about. Here's what's interesting: on his own planet was Superman super?
No,
he was only super in the fiction.
Okay.
So in reality, he's just man. But when he gets into this realm, he can jump over buildings and run it in front of trains. That's all fiction. That's all make believe. So when a man wakes up and finds out that he can say anything he wants, he can make anything up, he's God in the fiction. That's what they've done. When the people, I mean, they created a fictitious realm that when you wake up to it and you can maneuver your character any way you want, he can be anything you want him to be. That's God in that realm. Realm.
Let me just mention something, because you said something about peers before. Right. So there's a little excerpt that someone put up about a book where if a man has a legal name, so you've got a Christian name, your given name, and then you've got your surname, your last name. If a man has a last name, a surname, he loses his sort of spiritual sort of name, which is the Christian name. And if he doesn't have a surname, so you can be temporal with a surname, or you can be spiritual with just a Christian name. And if you're spiritual with just a Christian name, you become a spiritual peer. A spiritual man cannot be judged. That's what these lords are at the House of Lords. Now, in Parliament, which is parliament,
but you make it easier than that. It has nothing to do with a name on a piece of paper. What is a spiritual man?
A spiritual man is someone who has spirit in him.
The only thing that makes me spiritual is the fact that I'm breathing.
Yeah, breathe. So
I'm just breathing.
So the thing
That's
is,
a spiritual man.
We haven't put that sort of. We live in a world where everything's official, and they're knocking on our door all the time, and we're fighting with them. And I understand putting the period in. I totally agree with you. And we can tell them about the zygote, and we can tell them all these things, but they don't listen. I want to make it official.
But you well, no, you don't. Official means office. Offices are not reality. So
My
you
words are
just
off.
said, well,
on the record.
I don't want anything on the record. I don't live on a record. I mean, a record is in the past. It's in history. I live in I'm fully present. I can't even be on the record.
Okay, to make it known in the now to any sort of one who needs to know. And these Supreme Court sort of people, the lords, they sort of deal with law and sort of legislation, as I mentioned. Now, when I spoke to the Royal Courts of Justice and I explained to them that there's nothing in law or legal that a man or a woman has to have a surname, they said, yeah, of course, but over sort of years and stuff like that, it's sort of become a sort of norm in the law. And that's why I feel it needs to go to these lords. Now, if it goes to them and they have a look at your statement of mentality in which you're stating that you're one with the Father, right? You're one with the Father, and you're using biological fact, and you're using Bible, which again they swear an oath on. Not that I agree on swearing an oath or anything, but they actually do that. And we're not going with the fiction of Jesus, like we just agreed. Christ is within all of us. All we're saying is that we are Christ, and once we know about the Father, then it's like that Superman and all these kind of stories. They're all about us. We are all Thor. We are all Superman. We all came from Krypton. We've all become Clark Kent, and we need to find out that we're Superman. Now, we're not going to be flying around in the fiction, but once they know that, and it's on the record, so it's the master of the rolls, and they record it. And I understand we don't want official records and stuff, but then they can't mess with you. You're a spiritual man, and you're above sort of judgment. But sorry to keep cutting you off.
No. I love your exuberance, but here's what you got to be careful. There's no presumption I need to talk to any of these people. I'm not waiting for them to give me a thumbs up that says, yes, you're okay. I don't need them. I'm already here. I'm already beyond their office.
But you're having issues with them, though, aren't you? You're having issues.
I don't have any interest. No, I have no interest in them at all, and no interest in their world. They're governing. They're governing decedent estates and dealing with decedent estates only. I'm already beyond their position as far as official.
Once we're with Christ, we're living.
But I already am. I got that, but I already am. I don't need to keep convincing anybody of anything. My breath in this biology is all that's necessary.
But and your documentation in this world, your documentation in this world, it states, because Jesus was in the world but not of it, and I think that's basically saying to us that, look, once you come out of Krypton, your mother's womb, you're in a legal world of
no, you're not. No, that's a presumption that's not true.
Yes,
that's my point. You're still holding on to things that are absolutely not true. When I come out of the womb, when I come out of the womb, I'm still in nature.
Yeah, they've made a fictional overlay. Sorry, I meant to say,
but it doesn't apply to me, and that's unless I believe or buy into their belief system and celebrate birthdays and saviors and all that stuff. I don't.
That's the personal statement. That's the reason I'm making the personal statement, because Jesus, did he have a birthday? No. Did he have a name that they gave him? No. I think basically what they're saying is that, because the Bible, I mean, I'm not Christian, I'm not religious or anything like that, but what I do know is that Christ was never at war with anyone. I don't want to bash on anyone's religion. I've come from another sort of background, and I can say that all other prophets and religions and every story that they've given us, they went to war or they subjugated people or they spread the religion by the sword, whereas Christ, and I understand Jesus and Mary is the placenta, and that's the fiction they've given us to get us into their net. But Christ is all of us, and we're all the son of God, son of zygote. And I understand what he said with the Bible being Genesis, with the the cell splitting, and I sort get that. I don't want to go over that, and we can if you want, because it's amazing what you've given us. But I think that's what it is. We need to let them know that we know that we're Christ. And once we let them know we're Christ, I mean, Christ the King. Some of the people have talked in the past about the crown, and you mentioned, yeah, we're the crown. We become the crown when we let them know that we are with Christ, and then we're with Christ's dominion. But I don't want to sort of teach you or batter my point to you, because obviously I want your feedback. I believe that, you know, you can teach me or tell me if I'm going wrong. But yeah, I was going to go for that Christian name. I wasn't sure whether to just go for sort of the one name, whether to get all the names together. But this is the reason I wanted to speak to you, really, because I really do have a strong, I don't want to say belief, but I've done sort of research, and I've got a lot of reasons to believe, which, you know, take a lot of time to explain, that I believe that doing this does make you sort of sovereign. I don't want to say sovereign. I don't want to use words sort of that, you know, that might sort of throw us, but it makes you with Christ in the grace of God. And I believe I've heard one of your lectures mention that, you know, the Bible and stuff like that, we want to sort of not be with religion, but the grace of God, that's something that's factual. So I'll stop talking now, because I do want to keep saying that.
all I know is this: you're already there. And there, one of my favorite movies years ago was Ocean's 11. And there was a saying in there, and most people will recognize that I never write anything beyond a front back, ever. Well, why don't you write 50 pages that explain this? I don't have to. I already am what I am. And what's interesting is that in the movie Ocean's 11, he says, don't use 7 words when 4 will do. Meaning that you already are this, and you don't have to prove it to, you don't have to prove it to anybody. Why do I do what I do? I do it as a sort of preemptive activity, to where I'm letting them know that I know reality. I'm not going to use any other words. I know reality. My origin is fertilization. That's my direct link to creation. Call it God, call it an act of God, call it nature, call it whatever you want. But my origin, my origin. Can you still hear me?
Yeah.
Oh, it's okay. I got to go plug in to my. I'm losing juice on my phone, so let me get downstairs. But what I'm getting at is, you already are these things, and I still feel a little bit in your voice that you're trying to get approval, rather than just let them know. That's all you have to do, is let them know that you know, and it won't matter what they say. I don't expect anything from any of these people. All right, so hang on, I might lose you for a second. All right, you there?
Yeah, you're still there. I just want to say, I mean, yeah, maybe at first I was thinking of sort of getting an approval to say, yeah, you can have your Christ name, and we understand that, you know, sort of. I mean, these people at the Supreme Court, they're called the Privy Council. So I had a look at what privy means, something secret or hidden. And they sort of keep congratulating themselves on being part of the Privy Council. It's the Privy Council that know the truth of our origin, and as long as we don't know the truth of our origin, they have to sort of administer us. But I forgot the main point that I was going to sort of make. But
they have to administrate the estates of the decedents. But again, when a man comes forward, and again, you don't have to say I'm alive. Write it if you really want to be clear about this. Write it out longhand, because the only way your hand is moving is if it's filled with the Spirit, and if it's filled with the Spirit, you're already living. You don't have to say you don't have to write I'm a living man, because the evidence is in the movement of the pen across the page.
Yeah, of course.
And actually, you sound kind of dumb when you say, you know, I'm a living man on the land, when you're writing it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
If you're, because you're making a claim that it should already be known, and you don't need to tell another man that you're a man. So, but you're dealing with official capacities here, and that's the difference. I'm not going to drop down, because that's what you're doing. If you expect these guys to acknowledge something, you're dropping down, because they don't have the authority to give you life. You already have
it. I don't want the authority for life. I totally agree with you on that one. But these people who are the Supreme Court, they're above the government and all
You're the
these sort
Supreme
of people.
Court.
Yeah, we
You're
are.
the Supreme. No, you are. And
Yeah.
again,
Yeah, sorry.
the sovereign's court is his person and suit. There is nothing above that.
Correcting your status. What about that?
No,
Correcting status.
you don't need to be corrected. There's nothing wrong with your status. You've been living since fertilization, so there is no such thing as status correction. That's
Presumption.
a huge patriot
Presumption.
myth.
What about the presumption and assumption of the law that we're dead and we haven't corrected
Well,
that? What do you feel about that?
Nobody comes back from death. So the fact that you're living now evidences you've never been dead.
But what they're doing on paper with the mortgages and the council tax and the courts and the parking ticket, what they're doing, they're pretending we're dead, and then we have to argue with each and every single one of them. With what I'm trying to do is say, hey, hang on a minute, you've made a mistake. Basically, we're in the underworld, I believe. Well, I know you're saying we're in nature, and they've just sort of made it the underworld. But
the birth certificated person is in the underworld, yes.
Yeah. So they've got sort of control, and they've got everyone in this sort of underworld sort of status. And I sorry, my words, I don't want to mislead anyone. I understand what you're saying, that we're not there, but I'm talking in the fiction. And what I'm trying to do is say to them, hang on, we're not in the fiction. I'm trying to erase that. And again, I keep saying it, but I believe it comes back to saying to them that taking that Christ name, there's a lot in the Bible, those who are heirs will still be as child, and under living guardians. So basically it means that these people who are guardians over us, they're seen as living. We need to sort of get out from underneath that. And I think this is within the fiction, because even the royal courts of justice, they're a fiction as well. They wear the wigs and all that kind of stuff. But when you go to the Supreme Court, and I totally understand that we're a higher court than them, they're the highest court within this realm. And I believe that they do know, obviously, about the hidden information, the zygote and the mystical sort of information. And once we let them know that, we're out the system. But again, I'm coming from conjecture until I've done it myself.
No, I get it. I'm with you. I actually agree with you, but I'm just saying that there is a place mentally that eventually you get to, because this is kind of exciting. And you're thinking, look, so we got this information, we got this stuff, we got this truth. All I believe we have to do is shine a light on the truth. We don't have to make claims or try to get any help from anybody. What we have to do is make our presence known. That's it. So if you write to these people, just say, oh, by the way, I want you to know that I know that there's been a mistake, and maybe I was a fool for a number of years, and I fell for a bunch of ideas, childish ideas.
Yep.
And I'm not there anymore. I realize now that I'm filled with the Spirit of God, the breath of God, and I get it. And I apologize for being such an idiot for so long. And now you know what? I'm responsible for myself. So thank you for watching out for me while I was lost.
Yep.
I mean, that's what I'm getting at. You say stuff like that, but understand that you're already here. You're already everything that you are.
Of course.
But you know what?
You're basically going to forgive them as well for whatever mistakes they've made. You're going to forgive yourself, but it's about, you lost at sea basically. And what you're saying is, well, hang on, I'm here. I'm not lost at sea. I'm living, and you're letting them know that. Because I mean,
yes.
Let's say I know you're alive, you know I'm alive, but if you don't hear from me for 6 months, a year, you can't say for a fact that Hassan is alive unless I send you a letter saying, hey, Kurt, wish you were here, I'm on holiday. And then you can say, well, I know Hassan's alive as of this moment. And I think that's what we're doing. We're giving him a letter. But yeah, with the sort of shining a light, I think
right.
what I'm trying to do is shine a light directly at the top to say, well, hang on, everyone else who's under you, you're letting them know right at the top. And when they know at the top, then everyone else underneath them has to sort of abide by that. But sorry, I keep losing my chain of thought, so sometimes might not make sense. Sorry.
Don't worry about it. Here's the thing. is keep it simple. Let them know that it took a while. You get it now. Thank them for holding on to your property while you were bona vacantia, or whatever, where you lost your senses for a while, but now you get it and you appreciate everything they've done for you up to now, but now you need the keys to the kingdom, handed back to you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I believe by taking that, sort of telling them that fiction would melt away anyway, the placenta, whatever blood money is there, that would sort of just disappear because it's all sort of blood money.
It's all
believe,
one.
Yeah.
It all that disappears when you prove life, because
Yeah.
you're still using it. So there
Because
is no deposit.
there's no death.
There's nothing,
It's
no death, no debt,
Of
no
course,
nothing.
there's no split end. Now, what I believe then is because you're under the grace of God through Christ, you've got dominion, which means whatever you need, you can have, and you don't have to be greedy. And we're not spending any blood money. But I've always been against that as well. Like getting a black card or a white card or getting your trust account. Anybody who wants to, that's totally up to them. I don't judge anyone because we live in a world where it's
No,
difficult.
you can't. No, that account has to be merged into the living man's position. So whatever monies plus interest or whatever that situation is, they would have to, as fiduciaries, figure out what to do with that. I don't really. Again, I don't know how that works. I've always said that if your motive is tainted, so too will be the outcome.
Of course.
If you think that there is an account, then you're still believing in the cut. If you mention the account, it's evidence that you believe in the cut.
That'll
and
disappear.
The cut,
Yeah.
so
Sorry.
you can't
Sorry.
ever, you can never even acknowledge some separate account, because if you're still using it, that account should never have existed.
Of course. So you're basically making the statement that you're whole, you always were whole, you're living, and because you're living, what does that mean? You've got dominion because only the living can be with Christ. We're in the underworld, and everyone, they've got them birth certificated and dead so that they can administer the dead because they are
Yes.
basically the devil. And once we say, well, hang on a minute, I'm with Christ, it's like you're saying, I'm here. You're wearing that white sort of robe where everyone's wearing a black mourning robe because they're all mourning their own death. So
Right.
sorry if I've labored the point and I've taken too much of the spotlight, but
I would.
I hope we can
I
talk again still, even though we've
we,
spoke at great length. I hope we can still speak in the week.
we will. But I need to caution you. I mean, you better dig deep into the word Christ. Really dig deep, because it's not necessary.
Okay. Well, tell you what, I wanted to ask you as well. Obviously, you're saying, enlightening us with the Jesus and Mary fiction. Give us more sort of enlightenment on Christ and what we should sort of know about that, if you can.
I think when they're talking about the dollar being tied to oil, oil is the salve. Oil is Christ.
Yep.
Oil is what greases the wheels. Oil is what they're using. That's the sacrifice of each and every one of us. That's the oil. It's tied to the dollar right now. So again, I'm really cautious using any of these words that I know are tied to commercial energy sources, oil and salve and ointment and all of that stuff is the Christ, the oil that greases the skids or the wheels. Again, that's all the ecumenical religious economy based upon the blood sacrifice of the man. I'm really careful now because I know that fossil fuels and oil is all based upon that deposition or that deposit. And of course, they're going to say it's prehistoric, which is just pre-calendar. So all of the time in the womb becomes prehistoric, and it becomes the deposition or the prehistoric deposits that allow them to drill for oil. It's sickening. But so I'd like to stay away from any of their language, because I would rather speak 100% biology, because I'm really comfortable. I think it's the safest place to go. And I mean safety the way I mean it, not secure or you know what I mean, which is contrary to nature. I think that if you use biological terms that can be proven from the beginning, in other words, I know for a fact that my origin is fertilization. I know that I did not exist prior to fertilization, and I know I won't exist after my last expiration or expired breath. I know that. But in the meantime, all points in between, alpha to omega and the meantime is all one. And by knowing that, they can't divide me up and create a decedent state from any part of me, because that would be a detail, which is where the devil lives, obviously. So I think that if I stick 100% with what I know 100% to be true, which is the only thing I know to be true is from fertilization to last breath. That's all I know. I mean, in all these conversations, is from fertilization to last breath. That's all I know to be true.
I totally agree, but just a point before I forget, when I did speak to the Royal Courts of Justice, and I totally get that, they can lie and stuff like that. So I just want to make this point with a pinch of salt. I said to her that, I can tell you the whole truth, because she said a statement of truth. I said to her, I can use sort of law and, I can let you know. I'm trying to get a gist of, what kind of I don't want to say what they would accept, but I didn't want to get sort of rejected because it's a 5-month waiting period, which I think I've got a way of getting around. Because if they're saying that they're going to reject the application anyway, then I'm just going to let them know, well, you need to send it to Supreme Court straight away. I'm not waiting 5 months for rejection. But to get to the point, I told her, what if I used law? And she said, well, really, you shouldn't use law. It's more sort of spiritual. And I asked her, in the past, have people got a Christian name, by doing a personal statement? And she said, well, based on spiritual sort of, personal statement. Now, I don't think that they're saying one way or the other. You can use law and spiritual. I'm thinking of basically maybe actually using Bible, but showing how the Bible is actually talking about the placenta or talking about the zygote. That way, you're showing them that you've got the knowledge. So you're not actually going for any fiction and saying, well, Jesus the Savior, or even Christ, as you say, because it's related to the oil and stuff like that. But what you're doing is you're basically saying, look, that's what you're giving us there, and those are the facts, and this is where it's sort of interlaced.
Okay, let me say one thing about, the concept of spiritual. First of all, paper, and I use a lot of it, and I write these things because that's their world. Their XY axis flat Earth world is paper. I use it to let those offices, those officials know in an official capacity. I don't have an official capacity. A living man doesn't require one. I don't have an office, other than a room in my house that I use sometimes. But that was for humor. Remember, this is tragedy or comedy. The idea is breath. Hear me on this. I got when I want the Spirit of God to come through me, and I want you to know what the Spirit of God, the intention is. I speak. The breath crosses over vocal cords that are tuned in a way that I can control through this biology, that speaks words that you can actually understand between you and I. That's the breath of God. That's the Spirit of God being made manifest through my vocal cords. Paper's not required. By the way, when I speak the words, they're stronger than when I write them. The only difference is that when I speak them, they're ethereal, and unless there's a recording, they're gone. When I write something, again, that still requires breath, being inspiration, or what animates my body.
Yeah.
When my hand goes across the paper, with drawing ink across it, that also evidences spirit, because the hand doesn't move without the breath. So again, you got a living body, a spiritual man that's writing that, and the intent is now on paper in their two-dimensional realm. So they can actually, they're forced to deal with it at the two-dimensional level when I use paper. But that's why you got to know the combination of things. You can speak things, and believe me, that's right there in the present moment. If you want something to be known long-term, hand write it, or make sure that you know how to write it, but don't authorize it in a way that's already a fiction or a fraud. Again, if I wrote Kurtis Kallenbach, there's all kinds of ambiguity in that, and now they can make it into anything they want. But if I write Kurtis R. period Kallenbach, I already know that in their realm, it's already identified as something that gives me convenience and consistency. And I know that convenience means ease, which is contrary to dis-ease. And I know that consistency means continuity, which means an unbroken segment. So from, alpha to omega, that's consistency. And convenience is without dis-ease. So that's called immunity. And I believe from fertilization to last breath is sovereign. So when you put all that together, I have sovereign immunity, which is foreign to their timeline. In other words, my presence is foreign to their past, or my here is foreign to their there. So again, it's sovereign, it's foreign sovereign immunity that is far beyond all of their nonsensical, fictitious jurisdictions. So when you know all this stuff and you start to think about how am I going to get this across to them, you'll start to do it the way that makes sense to you and that you can defend if you had to.
Yeah,
it's only you only have to defend it. I don't have to. You have to. And when I say Kurtis R. period Kallenbach, I'm going to lay it out to where, since I'm the author, I'm telling them what it means.
Yeah, it's a personal thing. So basically, just for when you're mentioning, the oral and the written, you're sending in a written statement, but they kind of specifically said, and it's read out to the sort of, the Supreme Court judges as if you're there. And I thought that was quite significant, the fact that it's read out as if you're there, as if she actually said read out as if you're speaking, which, resonated with what you've just said. And another thing I just want to throw out as well is the Alpha and the Omega. The Supreme Court's seal, their crest, is actually the Omega symbol. So I don't know if something to do with we're the Alpha and they're trying to pretend that they're the other end, the Omega. I don't really want to throw that out there.
Okay, I want you to think about what Omega means.
End all to be all.
The end. The Alpha's the start, the Omega's the end. Yeah.
But right now, what is the Omega right now? Most people think the Omega is the end of their life.
Present moment.
It has to be, because this is, the present keeps moving. So the Omega moment right now is life.
Ah, okay. Right.
So
they're trying to say they're present. Are they trying to say they're present then? Yeah.
Yes. So they're dealing in the present with mostly historical documents. And so the Alpha is the very center point as far as zygote goes, but it's the beginning, but the beginning is fertilization. And fertilization, remember that from that moment outward, remember fertilization's the innermost point, because as the zygote or as the conceptus grows, it's growing in a sphere. So the innermost point would be the Alpha moment. And then, of course, the Omega would be the present moment, which is the furthest reach of it, which is right now.
Yeah.
That's what's so weird about the Omega. People go, well, it's the end of your life. Well, right now, the end of my life is the present. If I died right now, then my biology would end or terminate right now. And the Omega moment, the end would be, it'd fall behind from the present, and it would actually be frozen in time again.
Yeah, it's the current sentence in your story right now, this present moment, basically. It's maybe, but at the Supreme Court as well, they're sort of, the three judges sit on a curved sort of chair, and then there's like another sort of curved setting just in front of them, and it looks like a one eye. And it's exactly like a one eye with the Omega crest in the middle. Now, what happens with the zygote information? You get the all-seeing eye, as you've taught us. And then every time you look at any film or any law or any legal structure, you go, well, hang on a minute, they're just doing this with the placenta. So I think that's what they're doing. They're in the present moment. They're at the Privy Council, which means they've got the hidden knowledge and they've got the all-seeing eye. And they want a personal statement of your mentality to know, well, hang on, are you you an egotistical zombie, a walking dead, which needs to be administrated and you can't have your estate? Or are you someone who's living, you take it? Because the only way, you can't go to the Supreme Court, I can't just knock on the door. It has to go from the Royal Courts of Justice, and they will only see it in exceptional cases. So what they're basically saying is, if little old me puts in an enrolled deed poll and says, I just want a Christ name, whoa, it becomes an exceptional case. It goes to the Privy Council, who we just talked about, the one eye and the omega and all that. We won't go over it again. Do you see why I feel the gravity of this situation? And there's a lot more that I've sort of looked into, which obviously I've not prepared to talk, in this short kind of while. So I feel there's a lot to it, and this is why I wanted to talk to you, especially about this, because a lot of what you've said is pivotal to it. I was going to sort of maybe go to someone and say, I know you've got 2 birth registers, a live birth and a stillbirth, but all that doesn't matter anymore. I got a letter from the registry office to say, hang on a minute, you gave my dad a certificate of birth, which was for a notification of a stillbirth as per their legislation. I won't go through it and bore you, but I almost got their admittance to the point where I said, if you're going to have to send me a letter saying that it was a live birth. So they said Hassan Khan, Mohammed Khan Pathan, because that's actually my birth name, and that's a completely different story as well. Hassan Khan, Mohammed Khan Pathan, born on this date of birth, which is all obviously fictional, was a live birth. But now,
Right.
obviously, with what you're saying, that was a born placenta anyway, and they're just saying it was live born and then later on it died or whatever. But yeah, again, just waffling on about just random things there.
You know what? And that's what happens is you get into this, you get really excited, you start to see some things, but the longer you look at it, the easier it should get. And that's what I'm getting at is it. I remember a guy, he was extremely, I'll say, I don't like the word religious, but he definitely was with God. I'm not sure if he used the word Jesus, but he took one thing that I wrote, which was, I called it a waiver. And he took that and applied it in the right way, and the entire record disappeared. I mean, he spent 3 years in prison for, I don't know, some tax thing, but everything disappeared and it quit bothering him. And it was because of 33 words that I wrote that he applied properly. What I'm getting at is we make this into something really big and monstrous, and it's really not that big. All it really is the truth, and the truth is simple. I'm all present and accounted for from fertilization to last breath. I don't care what you guys do with it. Your business is none of my business. So we need to not have those things get crossed up anymore or confused. Let's never confuse your business with my business. So I, for one, am all present and accounted for from fertilization to last breath. And there's no deficiency and there's no excess.
And that statement, what you just said, fertilization to last breath, given to the Supreme Court, destroys the birth certificate. And they deal with contracts, they deal with chancery. As you mentioned, it's a family affair. They deal with the Royal Courts of Justice deal with the family.
But there's a presumption right now that there's some property in a lost and found that somebody hasn't recovered yet. The reality is in order for their books to be in order for their books to actually add up, they need to give you whatever is yours back, because it won't work anymore. They have an excess. And if you just say, listen, you know what, there's no deficiency, there's no excess. I know the limits of my godly estate is my 46 chromosomes, which began at fertilization. It will end with my last breath. I understand the difference between my mom's biology and mine. That uterine sister or that property, that adjacent property, you know what? We got to make sure that they never get confused. I know I have a right of way over mom's property, but I'm not laying claim to mom's property. Let's be really clear on that. So, I get it. There's a lot of confusion on this. I'm just trying to clarify it. And again, what I just said took all of 45 seconds. I didn't mention Christ. I didn't mention Jesus. I mentioned no religious connotations at all. I'm trying to be so extremely specific and simple that
Yeah.
there is no way that they can hang me with any belief system whatsoever.
Okay.
You see what I'm getting at? I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm just saying your exuberance is amazing. I love it, no doubt. But there's still a hint of belief in there. Even if I do believe something, you're never gonna know it.
Private.
I'm never gonna say it.
Saying if you do decide to go up there, then I'm only down in Maidstone in Kent, and if it ain't held private, I'll come up there with you.
Yeah. Nice one. Definitely appreciate that.
You guys can't live that far apart anyway. I mean, I don't know how big England is, but it's probably only like Illinois and Wisconsin together.